Alright, we might be in for a bit of a rough one tonight. So, this will be the first flight simulator of our journey through time and back and finding games from the last 40 years of gaming. So, this is going to be A-10 Tank Killer. This is technically version 1.5. The original A-10 Tank Killer was in 1989. And this one is the updated version with some new missions and all that came out in 91, which is great because this is the 1991 week. So things that we will be doing and things that we will not be doing. Now, originally, the plan for tonight, and by originally I mean about an hour or two ago, my plan was to do Lemmings tonight. That plan did not go well. That plan did not go well because I tried to start up Lemmings and the colors were all kinds messed up. And I couldn't figure out a way to get it to work, as happens often with older games and abandonware. Especially these ones where I'm grabbing from abandonware sites because they were not available from, you know, modern day sites, because no one really owns the rights, and therefore you have to get them as abandonware, and abandonware is less supported, and you don't have all that work that, say, Good Old Games puts into making sure things are compatible and working properly. So you have to do it yourself. And I was not able to do it myself, so here we are for A-10 Tank Killer. New version 1.5. 21 missions, including 3 new Iraq scenarios! Excellent! In 1991! Because everyone knows that definitely if your flight simulator war game was just updated to include missions in Iraq, it's definitely the 90s and not at all the 2000s. It's not like we just head back there once every 10 years or so. But yeah, so for those of you who don't know the history there, if there is anyone who's forgotten this, so this time frame would be the original Operation Desert Storm. Not Operation Iraqi Freedom, or in Operation Enduring Freedom, I think it turned into later. So yes, this is A-10 Tank Killer. For those of you who are unfamiliar with the A-10, I am not super familiar with it, but I'll give you a little bit of basic outlines. The A-10 is not a fighter plane. There are all sorts of flight simulators that have you doing like aerial combat, you know, your Top Guns and all that. You're flying around in your F-15s and all that sort of stuff. You're a fighter pilot. No. This is the A-10 Warthog. Tank Killer. This is close air support. The fighter pilots, you know, the bombers, you know, they're up there. They're doing their thing, they're flying around, they're doing air-to-air stuff, they're hitting stuff behind enemy lines. The A-10 is the guy who comes in when the infantry is all pinned down. Is just like, we need someone to just fly low and annihilate the enemy ground forces that are nearby to us. Thus, close air support. So, that gets us the A-10. See, here we have a quote from someone who knows better than I do. Assuming that it's a real quote. This aircraft is the only true friend that the US infantryman has in combat today. As I said, close air support. He's here for the troops. He's not winning glory. He's not pulling a lot of acrobatic maneuvers. He's here to do a job and do it well. Now, we might notice that our manual for this game is 100 pages long. This means that we will not, in fact, not be reading the entire manual before we start. I do like to read a lot of the manuals when we have them. The games that we played yesterday, we only had like little cheat sheets that came with the games. We didn't have the actual manuals. But this one, we have an extensive manual. So we have credits, we have technical, we have troubleshooting, we have disk problems, then we have controls and simulations, then game interview, menu controls, main menu, mission select. Alright. Where's the long sections? Oh, Jesus. So, you know, we've got somewhere between 2 to 5 pages for each of these, like how to get through menus. And then we get to simulation system, or the simulation. That's 5 pages. Simulation systems. Well, that's 7 pages. A-10 pilot's manual. 20 pages. And then the last 40-ish pages are all historical overview. And you might recall when we were playing through Pirates, Pirates had a lot of cool historical stuff in it. Now this one is a little bit more contemporary. So this is not going to be talking about necessarily a long history, like, you know, Pirates was spanning the course of many decades, and it was looking back a long time before the game was made. This is released in 91? Let's double check something, shall we? Operation Desert Storm. Gulf War. Give me some dates, please. 1990 to 1991. As in, this was stuff that was ongoing while the game was being developed. Or more likely while the game was being upgraded and new missions were being added. So, yeah. Alright, so let's go through some of this, shall we? Special thanks to Major Chuck Hollywood Temple, U.S. Marine Corps, I believe that is. Ranger? Because USMC should be U.S. Marine Corps. So I'm assuming the added R is for Ranger. Oregon Air National Guard, Flight Craft. Yeah, so they have their consultants who told them how to do things. It's illegal to make unauthorized copies of the software corrected by copyright, blah, 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 blah. This is abandonware, Dynamics. This game came out over 30 years ago and is not available through any legitimate means. That's why it's available from abandonware. If you're wondering where I'm getting the abandonware, I have been going to myabandonware.com, which is good because not only does it, you know, kind of filter and not just have a bunch of random virus EXEs on it, but if the game is still available to buy, you cannot download it there. It will instead link out to the store where you can buy it, which is great, because you find some old game and it's just like, man, I want this game. And then what you do is, it's like, oh, I can't download it, but here's a link to go buy it from Good Old Games for $1, or, you know, $5. Or, what's the other one? There's some are available from Zoom platform, which I only found out existed like a week ago. So yes, copyright notice. All right, technical. You've got some pictures. All right, so this is just how to get it running on your stuff. Technical for Amiga, okay, don't care. Troubleshooting. My computer has at least 640K of memory, but I receive a message saying there's not enough memory to run it. It requires at least 570K, K, not M, of free memory. Your computer may be running a pop-up TSR program, and it may be connected to a device such as a LAN that uses a portion of the memory. In order to run A-10 Tank Killer, you will need to free up some of the computer's memory or select a different graphics mode from the Smart Start TM install program. The joystick is not working properly. This is going to be a really, really short stream if this game requires joystick to work. Let's see. Problem. When playing from the keyboard, strange things happen, such as the cursor moving all around the screen. Alt-J to turn off the joystick, or Alt-D to disengage the mouse. Also joystick calibration, Alt-C may alleviate the problem. Okay, so if it's doing some really weird stuff, it might be having a fake joystick input. Constantly playing music bugs me, but I still want to hear sound effects. Alt-M to turn off the music, or select music off from the preferences menu. I find the music fairly unobtrusive, and I hope it's at a good volume for everyone. A-10 does not multitask with other programs. Make sure no other programs are running when you start A-10. Yeah. Alright, disk problems, technical help. Controls and simulations. Alright, see, we're zipping through this. We're already on page 17 out of 100. Alright, flight controls. Movement. You use the control surfaces and the throttle to maneuver the A-10. The control surfaces include the... I never learned how to pronounce this word. Let's look it up. Ailerons. Okay. It's exactly how it's spelled. Include the ailerons, the elevators, the rudder, and the throttle. The A-10 Tankular version 1.5 supports an optional second joystick as detailed in the following sections. From the control menu, you may select which peripherals you have attached. You may select joystick, keyboard, and mouse control. Mouse is self-centering and will automatically recenter itself after each movement command. I don't know what that means. Presumably that means, like, if I move my mouse to the right, I don't need to move it back to the middle. Like, presumably this is to differentiate it from the joystick. Like, if you move the joystick to the right, and then you stop moving it, it stays to the right. Whereas the mouse, I guess you move it to the right, and then it's like, okay, I'll move right, and once you stop moving, it assumes that you're back in the middle again. Which might be a problem if I wanted to continuously turn right. Does that mean I need to, like, just do this motion, like pick up the mouse and keep moving it off to the right? Okay, rudder. The rudder can be controlled from either the keyboard or second joystick. Interesting. So these old flight sims are expected to have a little bit more complex controls. It's like, well, we have first joystick, yes, but what about second joystick? Let's see, throttle. Throttle can only be controlled from the keyboard. Alright, so we just directly set throttle. There's no, like, scroll the mouse wheel, there's no, like, ramp it up, like there can be if we choose this, like the plus and minus buttons. Or we could just use the numbers and it's like, what throttle do we want? 9. Throttle 9. Automatically just slam that thing. Alright, so keyboard, greater than and less than are left rudder, right rudder. Oh, this is gonna be a hoot. We're gonna probably crash a bunch, but let's find out. Let's see, weapons control. Joystick 1, joystick 2. Button 1, fire Avenger cannon. Button 2, fire selected weapon. Important, when the floating camera is on, firing the second selected weapon is possible only with the backspace key. See page 18 for details on floating camera. Mouse controls for weapon firing are identical to those of joystick. Joystick 1, mouse. Alright, so left click for main cannon, right click for selected weapon. Selected weapon, presumably we have multiple different loadouts, so if we are carrying, say, bombs versus missiles and we can switch between them, then we can do that. We can also fire spacebar and backspace for one weapon and other weapon. They're kind of far apart, but okay. Weapon select, we have HLJKF. HLJKF. Alright, so we've got middle of the keyboard stuff. I'm wondering what... See, because most games these days, or most games I play at least, are built around a hybrid control approach. One hand on the mouse, one hand on the keyboard. Based on where some of these controls are, I'm thinking that maybe it's like expecting a two hands on keyboard approach and like no mouse if you're using keyboard. Let's see, K and F. Alright, so HLJKF So we're just going all across the middle of the keyboard, except for G. We've skipped over G. Tab is target cycle. Square braces is weapon cycle. C is release chaff. I don't know the what all of these do. Rockeye, if I remember correctly, is an unguided missile. It's a dumbfire missile. LGB is large something bomb, maybe gravity or guided, which are two opposite things. It's a gravity bomb, just drop it. It's a guided bomb, it'll get there. Maybe it's a laser guided bomb? Additional controls. Alright, so there's G. G is landing gear up or down. P for pause. M for map. S for status screen. D for display message log. Q to quit. F10 to display control menu. Yeah, I'm going to need that. Escape is also quit. Okay. So our total controls are we have mouse to control pitch and roll. Then we have, hopefully this is the greater than or less than keys, because at least on my keyboard, greater than or less than are not the keys. The keys are comma and period, and I would have to hit shift to get to greater than or less than. Hopefully we don't have to do that. Or maybe we just play the whole game without rudder. That's got to be a good way to go through things, right? Planes don't need rudders. Okay, while in the heat of battle, it's always important to remain aware of the situation around you. Learning to quickly switch between different viewpoints will greatly increase your chances of survival. So preset views. Look forward, F1. Look left, look right. And then external, front, left, right, rear, victim view, and engagement view. I wonder what engagement view is. Let's see, floating camera views. Along with the preset side and external views, A-10 Tank Killer version 1.5 also allows you to activate a floating camera that will enable you to move the viewpoint around and away from your aircraft. Important! With the activation of the floating camera, only the backspace key, not enter key, can fire the selected weapon. What about mouse controls? Alt-V on the keyboard or control menu F10 to toggle the floating camera on and off. Once the floating camera has been switched on, you may control the current view without touching the keyboard. With the view from within the cockpit, holding down button 2 and moving the joystick forward will switch to look forward, to left. Okay. Can we do that with the mouse too? Like, can we right click and hold to look around? Because if so, that's going to be super familiar. Like, a lot of games still have that. Let's see. Controlling the floating camera from the keyboard. As discussed previously, the keyboard numeric keypad will function like the joystick. The spacebar will function like button 1 and enter like button 2. Okay. Game overview. Alright, so we've gotten through some of the controls section. Alright, welcome to A-10 Tank Killer. To make learning the game as quick and easy as possible, the following overview is offered. It's a quick guide to the menu system and gameplay. An in-depth description follows this introduction, which provides a detailed explanation of each screen. Alright, so I think here's what our plan is going to be. I think we're going to go through the quick start guide. We're going to try to then play a mission. When we fail terribly, then we're going to come back and read the more detailed guide. Okay, menu controls. The menu system for A-10 tank killer was designed to be intuitive and easy to use for both novice and advanced users. The following are a few simple tips and instructions that explain basic use. Hot pads. Okay, cool. The Go key. The Go key is a special key that enters any changes you have made and exits the menu. The Fly Now key enters directly into simulation play, bypassing both briefing and weapon load. Okay. Interesting. So they have like a quick start button. It's like, do you want to really customize your loadout, get the whole story behind it? It's just like, no, I failed this mission before. I'm just using my loadout from before. I don't need the mission briefing again. Just let me fly. So it's just like, okay. Main menu. You know what? I think we're gonna see what happens when we go in blind and then come back. Ooh, this mouse control is weird. I think it's treating it like a joystick. Because, yeah, it's treating it like analog input. Because, like, it's got a dead zone. Like, if I move the mouse only a little, it's, okay, preferences. Joystick off, mouse on, okay. But the mouse is not really behaving in menus, which means I expect it's not going to behave in-game either. Alright, so here's... Since you probably can't understand like what's going on because you're just seeing the mouse cursor move and you don't know how little it matches up with what I'm doing. So we have our mouse in the middle of our mouse pad right now. Okay. I'm going to move the mouse all the way to the left. Okay. All the way to the right. Okay. Back to the middle. Down. Up. Alright, it's behaving a little bit. Now here's where the kicker comes in. I'm going to move the mouse in small circles. And it just travels to the upper left. Why? Who knows? Also, when I maximized it, it blanked out my second screen, so I couldn't see anything else. Fly one mission. Training. Threat level mild, ammunition, limited, damage, normal A-10. The name's Cord, Colonel Cord. Keep that straight and your tour duty will go well. Welcome to the 23rd Tactical Fighter Wing, also known as the Flying Tigers. We have an extensive training ground here at England Air Force Base. I understand you're Captain Ryan and your co-pilot is First Lieutenant Jake Stiles. Today, I'll find out what you boys got. We'll be doing a series of training maneuvers. I'll be instructing you in the use of the navigation system on the A-10 and in engaging a variety of targets with the A-10's weapon systems. Listen to the radio carefully. In the heat of combat, it's very easy to miss a message, and that can cost lives. The training ground has been set up with some mock Soviet equipment. you'll be making some live weapon runs on these targets. Let me check something real quick. See if I can make this a little bit better as far as actually doing things. DOSBox, increase size, no full screen. Go away. Okay. Scalar equals XX forced. Alright, let's try this. Okay, I'm trying to get this thing to actually be at a good size, because right now I have to choose between either it fills the screen and it blocks the entire view of my second screen as well, so I can no longer see stream things, or something else goes wrong. Full screen false, full double false, full resolution equals original, window resolution equals original. Let's see. Okay, so let me look at what setting I'm supposed to change here. Window resolution. Scale the window to this size if the output device supports hardware scaling. Output equals surface does not. What is our output? Surface. What if I change this to D-draw? Save that. Then we got to restart DOSBox to get the new settings to apply. Actually, is it even capturing this window? It is not. Okay. That's fine. Uh, Okay, that didn't work. What if we set this? And we try again. There we go. Very good. Okay, we're doing better. Okay. I can work with this. It's not quite exactly what we want, because it's not actually wide enough, but we make do. Right. Our audio is still capturing. Good. Fly one mission. All right. Make sure you have a flexible weapon load, as you will be required to engage a variety of targets. Go put on your flight suits and wait further instructions on the runway. Oh, one more thing. There's civilian farmland up north. That area is off limits. Okay. Like, there's something weird about the mouse, and I can't figure out what it is. I think it's that it doesn't go down very easily. It's like other directions work kind of fine, but like just it doesn't go down, which is very odd. Okay. Give it full throttle, a setting of 9 when it's... Oh, that was too fast. When airspeed is something, pull back. Now go to checkpoint 1. Select it as the current destination on the strategic map. Map. Strategic map. Come on, come on. There we go. Oh, that's kind of sensitive. All right. So we do have inverted controls. Down is up. Having fun up there with the birds? You're flying too high? How high am I? Where is my altimeter? Is it on the right side there? Yeah, okay, it's on the right side there. I feel like I'm really, really low. You reached the checkpoint 1. This concludes the navigation exercise. Now let's see how you handle live weapon ones. First, a Maverick attack on tank. Sequence through the selected weapons until Mav is on the lower right. When you're near the target, slow down to attack speed, throttle to something or other. Okay, alright, so we have Mav selected, right? Right, where's our target? A mock Soviet tank. Attack this with a Maverick. HUD designation Mav. Okay. So we need to head this way. We're still at full throttle. Let's see, where's our marker for which way to go? I think it's this little chevron on the bottom of our screen. So we're just going to keep turning. Okay, yeah, it looks like the bottom part is a compass. There we go. All right, we're really climbing right now, which is odd. Like, I didn't... Okay, I just need to get used to the fact that we have to be pointed at... Wait, we're still climbing. Our crosshair is below the horizon line, and we're still climbing. Okay. We want to go a little lower. We are close air support after all. Also, our music appears to have disappeared, so I don't know what's up with that. Do I get to have visual on the target at some point? Alright. A team when it appears, hit fire. Oh, there it is. Okay, I see it. I see it. It says we're locked. Fire. Target destroyed. Okay. Next exercise. Fly to the old building. It's on the map. Use the LGB against the large structure. Okay. Intended target. Take this out with an LGB. Okay. Laser guided bomb. Oh, wait. No. Oh. We're hitting the ground. Okay. LGB. There we go. And we need to turn. We need to turn and climb. So left is airspeed. Right is altitude. Bottom is heading. I don't know what altitude I'm supposed to be at. We're still climbing. Okay. We're still climbing. Nose down, nose down. Oddly enough, the mouse is actually behaving pretty well. Also, according to the stream output, there is audio coming out, but I don't hear anything. I might need to turn it up. Like, with how untextured the ground is, it's really hard for me to tell, like, how high up I am. So it's, like, it almost feels like we're flying instruments only, because I can't tell how close I am to the ground, because it's all completely untextured. Are we getting close to our target? Oh, there it is. Slow down. Okay. We maybe got a little low, a little fast. Rockeye, convoy of trucks. It's a cluster bomb. Select rock on the HUD. Alright. We got the rock. We need to go to our map. We need to set our waypoint. There. Go. We need to climb. We need to get over this. I feel like our altitude is like above sea level and not accounting for the fact that there's a mountain right there, but who knows? Maybe we'll just run into a mountain and see what happens. Do we have an effective altitude? Or nah, it's just always like giving us how far we are above sea level. Alright, so we want to go closer to the ground. Okay. Looks like maybe we didn't get them all. So let's circle around for another run. We'll drop our airspeed. And see what we can do. We're coming a little close to the ground. Let's see how you handle a Dorado. Is the only dedicated anti-runway munition. Select DUR. Okay. Which means we need to go to the map. We need to select the old airstrip. Use our Durandal to attack this. HUD designation is DUR. Okay. Let's not run into that mountain, shall we? We can crank our throttle while we're getting on the way there. We need to go around this mountain. Oh, nope. I wanted to try to look to the left, look to the right thing, but that's a little disorienting to try to use the look left, look right stuff. How close are we? Alright. We want to go a little lower. There's the runway. We should drop to a lower altitude and a lower speed, hopefully, maybe? Alright, it is locked. We fired our Durandal. Airship destroyed. Okay, cool. The next exercise will be with the tank-killing Avenger Cannon. Fly to the platoon of mock Soviet tanks. It's critical that when you're near the target you slow down to attack speed. Okay. Go. Oh, oh. Need a little bit more altitude. More throttle. See, according to our instruments, we're climbing ridiculously fast, but it doesn't look like it. Okay, here we go. Coming around. Coming around. Locked in. How close are we? Oh, we're pretty far away. Okay. But we gotta be close air support. So... It's weird. I see that there's sound output coming out, but I don't actually see any sound output coming out. I wish I had a range on my HUD. I guess I can just keep checking the map. Alright, we're dropping our airspeed a little bit as we're approaching the convoy. When you're within 3,000 meters of the tanks, line up the crosshairs on the tanks. Then start blazing away with the Avenger. Alright. Find the remotely piloted Hind helicopter, select Sidewinder, okay. Oh, wait. Like, why can't I climb? It's like, because I had taken my airspeed down too low. Like, apparently it's hard to stay in the air if you slow down too much. Go figure. So off we go. Try to find this, to do a little bit of anti-air combat. And now we get to climb again. Let's head to this side of the mountains. Oh, let's see, we have sort of a tactical map. Alright. We head to the left side of these mountains. We go past the mountains. We turn right. We try to lock on with our Sidewinder and try to do something about it. Right, we're climbing a little bit, climbing a little bit. It's gonna be a real adjustment for the whole thing. Like, it's not just whether you're pulling up or down. Like, your altitude depends so much on your airspeed, which, I mean, makes sense now that I think about it, but I hadn't thought about it before because I'm not a pilot. And I'm also not really someone who's played a lot of flight sims before, so it's one of those things that makes sense, but I will need to adjust to figuring out. The Hind has gone down. That completes these exercises. Bring it back to base. Alright. Return to base. You're not going to make me land the plane? That does make it easier. Captain, that was a very impressive performance. You destroyed every single target quickly and efficiently. I expected you'd be greener than that, but I can see now that you'll turn out to be a fine pilot. I have some news. Things are heating up over in Central Europe. Rumors have it that our wing will be moved over there within the month. Captain, prepare yourself for the real thing. Now, we didn't say campaign. We said single mission. Okay, result, stunning success, pilot status active, tactical score, 59,985. Okay, we were successful at everything. Enter name. We're still in an era of all caps all the time. I tried to hit shift, It's like, no, just type in the letters. We'll just make everything caps lock. It's fine. All right, we're going to briefly return to now I don't want to crank the volume up because now I can hear the background music and it's doing a lot. I'll turn up the volume before you head into the next mission and see how that goes for us. But okay. So we flew a training mission, so now we have a little bit more context on the stuff in the manual. Alright, so the main menu. Fly a mission or start a campaign, those are the two modes. Select an individual one, start campaign. If you do poorly in the first mission, it may come back to haunt you. Also important in campaign mode is that campaigns can be saved for later continuation. When beginning a campaign, you will enter a character name. The campaign will be saved under this name and can later be viewed or continued in Continue Campaign. Best campaigns is high score list, best missions is high score list. Select mission set. Okay. Alright, vehicle preview, preferences, and exit to DOS. Right, select mission set. So this is for our campaign. You can select from 3 mission sets. Central Europe 1, Central Europe 2, and Desert Storm. It's important to note that mission sets are not interconnected. Each set acts as an individual simulation module. Features such as campaign play, best mission, and continue to campaign are all dependent upon which mission set is currently selected. Okay. Alright, we already did this, we don't care. But what is this? Okay, so threat level. You can individually tailor the degree of difficulty in each mission. Okay, I thought this was describing the difficulty of the mission. It appears that this is actually the difficulty setting that you get to choose. So that's an interesting bit. So mild is wimp mode. Moderate is pretty mean suckers, and aggressive is major bad news. Ammunition. You may select a limited or unlimited ammunition supply. On the unlimited setting, the Avenger cannon will not jam due to overheating. I didn't know that jamming due to overheating was a thing I needed to worry about, and now I do, because we read the manual. Right, damage. You may select a normal or invincible A-10. Normal means that your A-10 can be damaged, while invincible means that your A-10 cannot be damaged, and Avenger cannon will not jam. Fly Now obviously does things before. Scores achieved with selection of either unlimited ammunition or invincible damage will not be recorded into the Hall of Fame. Also, the Avenger cannon will not be subject to jamming when you are in either unlimited or invincible modes. Yeah, you said that earlier too. On the same page, in fact. Thank you for your footnote matching the actual text. Briefing and debriefing. Spacebar to advance, escape to skip entirely. Weapons load. Final screen you will encounter before entering this mission will be weapons load. You may choose the default load, custom tailored for the individual mission. You may build your own by individually filling the load pylons on the A-10. The default load is based on the specific goals of each mission and will, for the most part, prove most effective. However, as you play each mission and develop your own strategy, you may find that selections other than the default are more useful. See weapon systems. Pressing the clear button will erase the current weapon load, of course. For custom weapon loads, you will need to select the desired weapons and designate its placement on the pylons of the A-10. We're not going to be doing custom weapon loads. I'm not going to get that in there. You'll always receive a load of 30 chaff, 30 flares, and 1,350 rounds of ammo for the Avenger 30mm cannon. 30 millimeters, so about that big. Yeah, about that big. Placing an LGB or the a bracket on pylons 3, 4, 6, or 7 will automatically place the same load on the opposite pylon to counterbalance the load. Okay. Alright, campaign summary. In campaign mode, you receive both a mission summary and a campaign summary. Makes sense. Simulation. Okay, heads up display. We'll see that. Message box. Threat indicators. See page 33. Collision warning indicator. We saw that. Vertical velocity indicator. Alright. Heads up display. Gun sight. Got that. Airspeed indicator. Figured that one out. Pitch indicator. Indicates the A-10's pitch in degrees. Excellent. That's incredibly useful. Displays current altitude in feet. So those times that I was really near the ground, I was like, oh shit, I need to pull up. I was at like 30 feet off the ground. That's quite low. Active weapon. Heading. Shows the heading in degrees. Yeah, I figured that out. Destination marker. Indicates the destination. And target box. Yeah, okay. This pair of LEDs mounted above the radar warning receiver warns the A-10 pilot when an infrared or radar-guided missile has locked onto his aircraft. The left LED indicates infrared has locked on. The right indicates a radar SAM threat. See defensive weapon systems, page 53. So one of these we need to get rid of with flares, the other with chaff. So let's see. Infrared, of course, you need to use flares on. Radar guided, you need chaff. Because infrared is detecting heat. So flares are heat. It will confuse them. And radar guided, you just need to throw some crap in the way, which is chaff. Alright, red dot is ADA. White dot is incoming missile. Blinking dot is jammed targets. Blue dot is air threat. ADA? Ah, there it is. Air defense artillery. The RWR senses air defense artillery, aircraft, and missiles. A dot representing each of those threats is displayed on the RWR console. A red dot indicates ADA threat, blue dot represents an air threat, and white dot indicates an incoming missile. These dots blink when you have successfully jammed a target with an automatic jamming equipment, which can be mounted standard. Okay. Tactical map displays all terrain in a 40 by 30 kilometer area around the A-10. Current grid position is labeled. Okay, got it. Collision warning, got it. The vertical velocity indicator displays how quickly it is gaining or losing altitude. It points directly to the left in level flight. Okay, so that's what that is. Right. Red for enemies, white for friendlies. Got it. Got it. The tactical information displayed displays the current weapon. If it's fired, it will engage the displayed target. Tactical TID provides target range, target identification, and IFF information with hostile targets displayed in red and friendly displayed in white. Got it. Important, always check the TID before firing. Wasting friendlies isn't usually considered a good thing. Understood. Simulation settings. Along with the main cockpit and its instruments, there are several screens. Pressing M. Cycling the targeted box can be done in two ways. Arrow hot pads or by clicking the desired target. Okay. Oh, we have icons. Alright. Stick pointed up is defense artillery. Boxes are buildings. Aircraft are stick to the left. Truck convoys are crosses. Players are plane thing, and ground unit, artillery, or convoy. Okay. Important. If the A-10 loses a wing, all the weapons on that wing are lost. S brings up the status screen. This screen graphically displays the amount of damage sustained. Engagement. Engagement view is an external camera that pans to keep both the enemy and A-10 in view. Right, floating camera mode. VCR interface. In a constant effort to make our games more enjoyable and less frustrating, we have developed a new type of game control called the VCR interface. In essence, the VCR interface is a menu that allows you to control vital elements of gameplay. The interface will have different appearances in different games, but the function will always be the same. Our bot is still misbehaving. Older computers may have some difficulty handling the complex... Alright, so that's F10. Quit menu, got it. Pilot's manual, oh boy. Alright, overview of the A-10 and its role. The A-10 is a close air support attack aircraft. It assists ground troops by eliminating threats such as hostile tanks, tank destroyers, and other armor. Its extensive weapon load enables it to take out larger targets such as bridges, airstrips, and buildings. In Vietnam, it was found that the aircraft must be able to survive severe concentrations of anti-aircraft fire. The A-10 is built with redundant structural parts so that it can take a lot of damage. In fact, an A-10 can fly with one engine and half a wing blown off. The engines are placed high on the aircraft to protect them from anti-aircraft fire. The bathtub of armor around the cockpit can withstand 23mm rounds. Okay, but what if they shoot me with 24mm rounds? Or if, like, they shoot me with more than that. Like, I don't know how many 1mm rounds it can take. Like, obviously the first 23 bounce off, but that 24th 1mm round, that's going right through. Well, let's see. The most striking feature of the A-10 is its 30mm cannon, the Avenger. It fires shells the size of milk bottles at a rate of 4,200 rounds per minute. The shells can rip through the armor of any tank in service. Okay, so cannon is effective against tanks and vehicles. Warning: continuously firing the Avenger cannon for extended periods of time will cause the gun to overheat and jam. You will be forced to wait for the gun to cool down before it becomes operational. Alright, Maverick, effective against tanks and missiles. It's a fire and forget air-to-ground missile capable of engaging targets at ranges of up to 5 miles under ideal conditions, and it is infrared. Alright, LGB is in fact a laser-guided bomb, we got it right earlier. Effective against bridges, bunkers, buildings, and installations. The Rockeye cluster bomb. Cluster munitions, I believe, are banned by several international treaties at this point, because they are much like landmines in that they stick around after the war is over. And munitions that stick around after the war is over have this problem of killing a bunch of civilians decades later. So we try not to do that anymore. The Dune II anti-runway penetration bomb. So it's specifically an anti-airstrip thing. And then, of course, Sidewinders are air-to-air. Alright, hostile targets. Tanks. T-80 is a threat to anyone on the ground. Avenger and Mavericks are the best way to attack it, although a Rockeye will sometimes destroy it. Alright, so we have... Okay, alright, so the lower numbered tanks are easier to kill. Infantry fighting vehicle. Alright. None of these are really a threat to me. This is just like, all these ground vehicles are basically just hit it with a Maverick, hit it with a Rockeye. The only one that I can't hit with a Rockeye necessarily are the T-72s and T-80s. Everything else just dies. SA-6, 11, and SAM. The SA-6, SA-11 are mobile surface-to-air missile launchers. The missiles track the A-10 with a radar guidance system. The system can sometimes be fooled by dropping chaff, which distract the missile away from the A-10. The missiles do great damage to the A-10. The SA-11 has a much greater range than the SA-6. Engaging a SAM launcher with the A-10 is dangerous, but can be done with the Avenger, a Maverick, or a Rockeye. The SA-6, 13, and SAM launchers. These are infrared. These systems have a smaller range than the... Alright, so... Okay. So... Gainful, Gadfly, Gaskin, and Gopher. Why do they all have to sound the same? That's going to make it hard for me to tell them apart from each other. G6 Howitzer. So this is artillery. It's not a threat to us. Scud launchers. Its inaccuracy makes it more a terrorist than a military threat. Threat to A-10, none. Then we have anti-aircraft guns. Right, then we have the Hind, which is an assault helicopter. It is apparently not a threat to the A-10. Or possibly an Avenger. Or the Avenger, rather, which is the our autocannon. Okay. So the Hind is apparently not a threat to us, but the MiG is. The Flogger can engage anything on the battlefield or in the air. Its air-to-air missiles pose a serious threat to the A-10. It can be engaged with a Sidewinder, and a lucky Avenger shot could damage it. Trucks, of course, we just kill them. I don't really care about friendlies, because they don't really care. Taking out a bridge which US forces plan on crossing is not a smart tactic. Understood. Don't just, like, randomly destroy bridges. Got it. Farms are considered neutral civilian targets and should not be attacked. Okay, cool. Defensive weapon systems. So, the ALK 119 ECM jamming pod. This pod hangs on the outside pylon of the A-10. It has jammers which can temporarily confuse the radar acquisition on ADA systems. This gives the A-10 pilot a little extra time before hostile radar systems can lock onto the A-10. Jammed ADA systems are indicated by a blinking dot on the RWR. Flare, this is a small heat-emitting decoy that the A-10 pilot can release. It will sometimes fool an incoming infrared SAM. It is useful against the SA-6, 13, and the MiG-27. Chaff, this is a cartridge which releases a cloud of small tinfoil strips. The cloud will reflect enemy radar and blind it for a few seconds. This sometimes gives the A-10 enough time to escape incoming radar-guided ADA systems. Alright, Alright, in most missions, you will start off on the runway. Taking off is simple. Give it full throttle and pull back on the stick. When you have enough speed, you'll lift off. Once safely off the ground, press the G key to raise the landing gear. With less than full throttle, you may run out of runway. Even this is rarely fatal. Recently, an A-10 of the 81st Tactical Fighter Wing missed its takeoff and crashed into a beat field. The A-10 sustained very little damage. Landing. It's not necessary to land the A-10. You may quit anytime by pressing escape. This will end the mission and return you to base safely. If you want to experience landing, line up about 4,000 meters away from the runway. Flying parallel to and towards the runway, use the rudder to make small adjustments to your heading to get lined up exactly, and press G to lower the landing gear. Bring your throttle down to 3, come to an altitude of about 100 feet, and guide the A-10 in. Once you sit down, bring your throttle down to 1. Okay. Speed and stall. Speed is controlled by the throttle, full speed. A stall happens when the plane is moving through the air too slowly. Lift is lost and the control surfaces don't work properly. The A-10 will nose down until the airspeed is greater than the stall speed. To avoid stalls, keep the throttle at 4 or higher. Don't stall at low altitudes unless you enjoy crashing. Excuse me. Combat. Finding a target. Attack tactics. When you're about 7,000 meters from the target, slow down to attack speed, a throttle setting of 4 or 5. This will give you enough time to line up on the target. Against tanks, Maverick or Rockeye, or use the Avenger. Against other vehicles, Maverick or Rockeye. Rockeye is clusters, especially if they're grouped up. Bridges, get the bomb. Airstrips, get the Durandal, and aircraft, get the Sidewinder. Got it. The Avenger is an unguided weapon. It is mounted inside the fuselage of the A-10. You must position the sight over the target and fire. To set up a run, stay low, about 150 feet. Alright, so we need to be very low. Come in at a slow speed, line up on the target, use the rudder to get lined up exactly. Stay lined up, and at about 3,000 meters, pitch the plane so the crosshairs are exactly over the target, and fire. If there are several targets before you, use the rudder to spread the Avenger fire across them. Often you can eliminate an entire attack platoon in seconds. Another useful tactic to score a hit is walking the fire across the target. When the crosshairs are below the target, begin firing. Pull the impact point of the shells across the target by pulling back on the stick. If you miss some of the targets on the first run, make a second pass. Fly past the targets at full throttle for about 7 seconds. Throttle back to a slower speed and wheel the A-10 around with either a quick turn or a loop and half roll. Line up again and finish off the targets. Do I want to do a loop and half roll? I'm not sure I have enough precise control to pull that off. The other weapons are easier to score a hit with. Keep it on the HUD, wait until it's locked, hit the button. Avenger versus Maverick. Both weapons have the same purpose, to kill tanks. You'll have to decide which is easier to use on each attack run. Maverick is easier to use. If you pop up over a hill and there's a SAM launcher staring at you, it's better to take it out with the Avenger. Avenger shells are faster than Maverick, and in quick draws like this, the Avenger come out on top. Trying to quick draw on a SAM with a Maverick is risky at best. The Avenger is the most cost-effective way to kill tanks. An Avenger burst costs a fraction of a Maverick Merciless worth. Alright, dogfights. Although the A-10 was not designed for dogfighting, A-10 pilots do not consider MiGs an unconquerable threat. At high altitudes, the A-10 is at a distinct disadvantage, but at low altitudes, a MiG has a hard time maneuvering. When you spot a MiG, keep him in front of you. If you have a Sidewinder, fire it off as soon as you achieve lock-on. At close range, you can try to hit the MiG with an Avenger burst, but this is very difficult. If you're out of Sidewinders, mister, you're in trouble. Your best chance is to stay low, drop flares when necessary, and run towards the umbrella of a friendly SAM launcher. If the MiG follows you into the umbrella, there's a good chance it will be shot down. The A-10 can clean up against Hind helicopters. The Hind was not designed for air-to-air combat. You can use Sidewinders against the Hind, or use the Avenger. The Hind is much slower than a MiG, and with practice, a good pilot can take out a Hind quickly with the Avenger. Stay low. The lower you fly, the greater the chance that the terrain will hide you from SAM launchers. Use the strategic map to stay outside the range of SAM launchers. Monitor that to see where the SAM threats are. When a SAM is coming at you, there are some tactics to try. If there's a hill nearby, duck behind it. If the SAM is radar guided, indicated by the far right light above the blinking, drop some chaff to distract it. Okay. Against the CSU, we outrange it. Okay. Back we go. Start campaign. We're back to the mouse messing with me. We're going to turn up the volume a little bit here. All right, where is it? Come on. Okay. Oh god. Oh god, why? I'm glad we read that part of the manual that said, if it's freaking out, hit Control J because it thinks there's a joystick attached. Alright. I don't know how fast we need to get going before we get liftoff. Okay. This time we remembered to take our landing gear up. Alright. So we want to fly low generally, so I need to get used to that. That's a water tower. Wait, is that my target? It is. Alright, but we're just trying to navigate to it. That's a checkpoint. Mock Soviet tank, attack with this with Maverick. Got it. So we're going to drop our altitude a little bit. We're going to try to stay around 300. Which is proving to be a little tricky. Oh. Might have dove a little too low. I feel like I'm having to look at a lot of different things at once, and I'm not even in like a real combat scenario yet. Alright, so we're going fast. We're flying pretty slow and level. Headed towards our objective. There's the target. Slow down to... Alright, we're locked in with our Maverick. Got it. Alright, LGB. Gotta make a bit of a tight turn here. There we go. Like, why am I climbing even though I'm pointing the nose down? It's very, very odd to me that we're climbing with the nose down. But I don't know flight sims, so maybe this is standard. Alright, so anyone read any good books lately? We're just kind of going on a bit of a trip here. Okay, just try to make some fine adjustments. Alright, so the rudder controls, this is something I was worried about earlier. How I said that the manual says, like, it's the greater than and the less than keys. And I was like, well, I hope it's actually the comma and period keys. Because greater than or less than, you have to hit shift. And fortunately, we do not have to hit shift. We just need to hit the right and left keys to rudder left and right. So we'll have to get used to that a little bit. We're approaching our target though. Right, building 8,000 meters, 4,000. Okay. For some reason the bomb didn't drop the first time I did, even though it said that I was locked on. So I don't know what's up with that. Alright, where's our next target? We want to get over this hill. You're flying too high. You're in an A-10, not an F-15 at that altitude. Alright, fly low, got it. But there's a kind of a mountain here. So I didn't see when we were going through the manual any real indicator for, we'll say, relative altitude. Like, this appears to be like over the non-mountains altitude, which is fine and all, but because of the graphical fidelity, speaking of which, world detail is set to highest. This is the highest world detail possible. Try to take him out with one rock eye. Okay, drop to... Oops. Let's start over, shall we? We failed training. Are they still going to deploy us after we failed training and blew up the A-10? Start campaign. Is it going to tell me you already have a campaign? Or is it just going to overwrite? It's like, you gave me the same name. We're starting over. Alright, we're going to take the default loadout. Alright, airspeed is 150, speed stick goes back. 150, stick goes back. Checkpoint 1. It is interesting how, even back in the day, so we're in 91, having that little chevron be your waypoint marker on a compass on the HUD is just totally a thing. All the way back here in 91, long before it became standard in so many different games. Like, even in non-flight sims, like we're talking RPG things, like Skyrim and whatnot. It's just so standardized that even before I read the manual on what the HUD says, we were kind of figuring out what stuff was as we were going along. It was just like, okay, alright. So we figured out that the right-hand side was altitude and the left-hand side was airspeed. And then it's just like, okay, we've got the weapon selector on the bottom left, and we've got the compass and the waypoint indicator on the bottom. Now, what I hadn't figured out was that -3. -3 there on the right-hand side, that's pitch. So we are pitched down currently, but we're holding steady airspeed. Or, sorry, not airspeed. We're holding steady altitude. We're actually climbing now. We want to go low. We want to be at like 300-ish. We're at full airspeed, so we are going to have to slow down once we get close to our target. It's also odd that the music cuts out, even though the music is turned on. Alright, we are locked. Fire. Target destroyed. We can pull up. We can hit our speed up again. Alright, next target. Hard right. Oh, wait. The other right. There we go. And we're pitched up way too high. Okay. Alright, here we go. Let's get back to 300-ish. That's where we want to be. Actually, you know what? We'll stick to 275-ish. And, you know, like, sounds on, mouse on. It's very odd. Oh wait, we need to switch to LGB for our laser-guided bomb. Tap the rudder a little bit. Stay in line. Okay, here we are, staying in line. We have our LGB set up. And we are approaching the target. We are at max throttle. I don't see where the throttle indicator is. I guess the throttle indicator is basically our airspeed. Our airspeed is at 430? We fired it. Is it not? There we go. Right, I didn't know how long it was going to take it to get there. Okay. Back to full throttle. We want a rock eye. Got it, which is, oh, we need to go over these mountains. And he's going to yell at us for flying too high. But if we don't, I think we just crash into the side of the mountain. Yeah, so you're having fun up there. It's like, you're an A-10. So it's like, fly low. It's just like, okay, but there was a mountain there. But it's hard to see exactly how close we were to the mountain. Alright, so we need to head down. We're locked. Lower speed, lower speed. Did we get him? Guess we didn't get all of them. Okay, so. Oh god, why? Alright. The recommended do a half roll thing. I messed it up. Like, it's like do a half loop and a roll. I did not do it right. I very much did not do it right. So I'm not even sure what I would do. Like, how do I even do a roll? Do I just like move the mouse directly sideways? Wait, we still don't have a success indicator? Did we miss? How are we missing with cluster munitions? We're getting a little low to the ground, though. Am I out of rock eyes? No, I wasn't in range to lock on yet. Wait, why am I not locked on anymore? Was I too close? Too low? Alright. Alright, so that's how we do a roll. So pitch indicator, half roll. Oh god. Oh god, keep rolling. Keep rolling. I don't know what I just did. Okay, and we're dead. This is what I get for trying to be fancy. I cannot control it properly. The rock eye. Alright, so I killed 3 trucks, but not the others. Pilot status deceased. Alright, so we are dead. Alright, let's try this again. It's really funny that I succeeded the first time I did this. Like, it's like, okay, I'll do the training mission without reading the manual. And then I read the manual. And now I'm trying the training mission. And now I can't do it anymore. So we're trying to get too fancy with it. Alright, full speed. Alright, we're over 150. Liftoff. Map. I guess this is the trick when you're trying to apply a close air support. It's like, well, what's the hard deck? The hard deck is the ground. You're going to fly low. And that's just how it's going to be. This is fine. Also, let's take our landing gear up, shall we? Alright, we're at full throttle. We are too high. Alright, so we need to head off to this. We have the Maverick already selected, so that's good. And we're too high again. And we're just going to quickly approach the ground. There we go. Back to 300-ish. And we want to slow down. Fire. From 9 kilometers away. Excellent. Now we're heading over here. Back up to full throttle. Get that LGB ready. And we're gonna go over and attack the LGBT. That would be the laser-guided bomb target. Probably. I don't know. I'm not good with these military acronyms. So we're just kind of cruising here for a while. I wonder if I missed something when we were reading the manual, specifically on like the range of weapons. Like, can I just trust it when it says like it's locked? Like, do I need to even worry about anything besides it saying it's locked? All right, rudder adjustments. Okay, so we've got a ways to go. We can't see it on the map. I guess because it's too far away. I'm really having an issue figuring out what ranges are like. I think they really put all of the tech and computational power into like the physics and the collision detection. And there wasn't really any left for actually showing ground textures in any way that would allow us to actually see what's going on. Select rock on the HUD. Alright. So there's got to be something I can do. Like, for example, to handle things like changing targets. I think it was square braces to cycle through targets. Maybe I just need to approach slower. So we're coming around the mountain this time instead of trying to fly over it. So we can approach from a different side, I suppose. But we have our rock eye selected. Alright. We're even out locked. Convoy destroyed. Alright. We need... Alright. Durandal. Next. Airstrip. Go. We are once again too high. We're flying too fast. But that's fine. We'll make it work. Okay, so we are once again too high, so we're gradually coming down. We're also too fast. We need to drop to we're gonna need to drop to a more reasonable bombing speed once we get close. But it hasn't seemed to matter so far. I've been forgetting to follow the instructions and slow down as I get to targets. because, like, stuff just locks on and it seems fine. Yeah, like, it's locked. So once it's locked, it's like, I guess just like good to go. Even if I am flying too fast. Alright, now we need to go to this platoon of mock tanks. Back up to full speed. Let's not slam into the ground. That is fatal to us, and we don't want to do that. It is kind of cool that when we think about it, because we did look at the specs, and I can complain about, like, well, I can't tell where the ground is because I have no, like, real visual indicators because it's just kind of a, well, monocolor mass. But by the same token, when we were reading the manual, the game's like, look, it needs the full 600 kilobytes of memory. It's like, well, when you're dealing with that many resources, I can't get too mad at you for everything being featureless triangles. Okay, so how far out are we? What's our range? All right, we're coming up on them. Oh wait, we need to be within 300 meters. And we need to pull up. What, did we stall? Like, we pulled up, and then we went right back down. So I think I just nosed down too soon? You know, I thought this was going to be super easy when I just did it first try, and now I'm just continuously failing. But I feel like I do need to actually learn how to use the Avenger cannon. So the fact that that is the part that I'm missing is unfortunate. Alright, full throttle. So I think the... Oh, Jesus. So I think the key with the Avenger cannon is that I did it too soon. Or, like, I dropped my nose to point at them so I could shoot them when I was out of my effective range. So I need to be more patient. Alright, let's try a trick here. Right. We go up. Okay. It's probably not what I wanted. But, oh wait, I didn't correct my map. So I'm trying to head back to that thing, and I don't want to head back to that thing. I want to head to this thing. Go, I said. There we go. Alright. So here we are, we're on our way. We're staying at a reasonable 350, 360-ish feet off the ground, which still feels very close to the ground. because, I am not ex-military. So when I have been in a plane, it's like, we are now reached our cruising altitude of 30,000 feet. And it's just like, 30,000 feet. Oh, yeah, that's pretty high up there. How are we doing in this plane? 300 feet. It's like, 300 feet. That's not very many feet. All right. Off we go. We're trying to use our rudders more a little bit. It's like the fact that we are climbing while pitched down is still very odd to me. It's like, and it's not just a visual indicator of the crosshair. Our instrument there says that we're still pitched down -3. And the whatchamacallit, the manual said that's in degrees, but that can't be right. Like, because if I pull hard up, it only goes up to like +8. It's just like, no, that's definitely not degrees. It's got to be something else, because I can pull a loop and it never gets into like triple digits. Then again, I guess it wouldn't get into triple digits if flat and narrow is 0, and then straight up would be 90 probably. Alright, we're too high up. We're probably too fast. Let's get down a little lower, a little slower. Coming up on our target. Slow down to attack speed. It says we're locked. Okay. Now we go around the mountain. Attack this convoy. Okay, we want rock eyes. Just gonna try to scrape by the edge of this mountain. Okay, we got our rock eye selected. We're at a reasonable altitude. We're at a reasonable speed. The rock eye wants us to be at a slower speed than we currently are. But that's fine. We're not close enough yet to bother with it. Right. Locked already? Oh, we're too low. But we did not get what we needed, so let's pull around. Okay, all right. We're just flying in a circle around them. I think we might just be flying in a circle around them. All right. Okay, rudders it is. I suppose I shouldn't be surprised. Oh, wait, there they are. There they are. See if we can get a lock. Said we got a lock. Okay. Durndal. Got it. Map. Next target. Airstrip. Go. Oh, we're too low again. Hit the throttle and... Why did we... I feel like I was climbing at the time and then I crashed. There's something very basic that I'm missing. Probably speed. I had slowed down for that. And I'm also missing something basic about how to use these cluster munitions. Because I needed to use 3 to take out that convoy. And in theory, it should only take me 1. Alright, so once more with feeling. Full throttle. Lift off. Pull up the landing gear. Go to the waypoint. Oh, wait, waypoint's this way. Maybe I'm just making too dramatic a turn, so I'm like not controlled properly. But then again, I tried to do a sharp turn to circle back for another bombing run, and it just didn't work. It's like it wasn't sharp enough. Alright, next. So we're still at full speed. I'm still not hearing any audio from the game, even though, in theory, there is audio coming from it. Alright, so we're doing our Mavericks to take out a tank. The thing is, one reason I picked this game is I remembered doing, an A-10 like tank killer game growing up, but I guess I was doing a different one from like maybe the mid-90s. Alright, we're locked in. Fire from 8 kilometers away. Excellent. Get our throttle back up. Next target incoming with our LGB. Still climbing, which we don't need to be climbing. I will say the mouse controls, while in the menus, feel really bad. For controlling the plane, it actually feels fairly good and like responsive. The mapping of the mouse movements to a joystick feels pretty natural, which I didn't expect. So we're just going to make sure that we have, full throttle. I will note there's something I noticed on the last attempt at this, which is that the attack speed that you're supposed to be going at appears to be different based on the weapon, because I'm pretty sure it says to maintain full throttle when dropping the laser-guided bomb. We'll see how that happens when this message pops up here. Also, yes, we are hands-off. The plane is just kind of doing its thing, flying straight and level. And, alright, flying straight and climbing slightly. But, you know, it's an A-10. We're not in a fighter jet. We can just kind of chill and let the plane handle it for us. Alright, so we want to see, like, what speed does it say we should be going at for dropping our laser-guided munitions here? It says locked. We're going to trust it. Yeah, it says slow down to attack speed. Oh, maybe that said 4, not 9. Maybe it's just a... No, it did say 9. I wonder if it's a typo. It said, you know, slow down to attack speed of 9. It's just like... 9 is not slow. We are too high. But we wanted to get around the mountains. Like, it feels like we're super close to the ground, even though our altitude is telling us we're really high up. Did I switch my target? I did switch my target. All right, we have our rock eye selected. Now we're coming around on this convoy. It hasn't said anything about our altitude, besides that, like, once we get above, like, 700-ish, we get yelled at. Alright, so we didn't get them. Let's speed up. Get a little bit of distance. Got to turn. Relatively quickly. Without losing altitude. Locked. Alright, convoy is destroyed. Good, because I was out of rock eyes. Alright, back up to full speed. Pull up, we don't want to hit the ground again. I mean, most pilots don't get to say that. Like, yeah, I don't want to ram my plane into the ground at 400 knots again. That's not something most people get a chance to say again about. That's usually kind of a one-time thing. I kind of want to make sure we get over this mountain. But I don't know how high the mountain is. But we didn't get a warning, like a elevation warning as we pass by it, so that's good. They put in all this work for these alternate camera views, and I'm just like not using them because I don't know how to properly interpret the information. Right, we're climbing again. We can level it out a bit. 600 should be enough to get us over this mountain. Hopefully. We're gonna... That's very odd. The map says we're headed east, and the thing is southeast. But our heading says we're correct. So, I think that's the airstrip. We have visual. I'm gonna drop our airspeed. It is locked, so we can shoot this. And it dives straight down. Excellent. Now we need to head to our left. Full airspeed, speeding up a bit. Alright, so I think we're going to come in at like 500-ish altitude. So that I have time to pitch down and shoot at them. And I have time to shoot at them before I run into the ground because I'm pitched down. So we're going to come through here. And pitch down again, yes. There we go. How are we on distance? We're still a ways away. But we have full throttle going. So we've got that going for us, which is nice. We'll have to use rudder to adjust. We have to wait until we're in 3,000 range. Drop our airspeed. We're falling. We're falling. 5,000. 4,000. 3,000. And pull up. Alright, ready for some air-to-air work. Nope, nope, that's not what we wanted. Full throttle, get on the map. Target the hind. Coming for that hindy. Alright. Bring it around town. Around town. I swear, like, the visual indicators are just messing with me, because there's so many times that it's like, it feels like I'm diving down into the ground. Like right now, we're climbing pretty quickly, but it doesn't feel like we should be. How do we want to approach this thing? We'll approach it between these two mountains here. Once again, the plane just kind of flies itself. Alright. We went between the mountains. Now it's going to be coming up here on our right as we round the corner on this mountain. Sneak up on it. Just pop over this hill here. Oh, I can hear it. It's like, you're too high. It's like, I'm not too high. There's a mountain here. What I need to do is turn away from the mountain so that I can get back down to a reasonable height. So I have figured out what the answer is to that. The answer is, don't fly over mountains. Fly around the mountains. Okay, where is this thing? Oh, I went way past it because I had to, like, panic to not die running into a mountain. Okay, so it's on the other side of this mountain. So we have to go around the edge of this mountain, which is fine. We're diving down to a more reasonable height, so we're down to altitude of like 500. The hind is that in front of us? Yeah, there it is. Use the Sidewinder. That completes these exercises. Bring it back to base. Return to base. Okay. So first try, we got through our training, and then we failed it like 4 times, and then we successfully completed it again. Captain, that was a very impressive performance. You destroyed every single target quickly and efficiently. I expected you'd be greener than that, but I can now see. Okay, great. Odds that I survive this this campaign are slim to none. I can barely make it through training. I'm gonna get shot down so easily. Okay, campaign summary, good. Receive next assignment. Yeah, we're going for it. Welcome to Europe. Europe, Captain Tryon. Excellent. You did well on your training mission back at England Air Force Base, but now you'll be going up against real enemies whose only thought is to blow you out of the sky. Intelligence sources have indicated that enemy troops are starting to mobilize in this sector. A hostile attack is imminent. We've got to strike first and knock out as many enemy targets as possible. Our primary mission objectives are to take out their command post and the atrium building at coordinates N9. Your wingman on this mission will be Lieutenant Robert Magnuson, call sign Blackjack 2. Our best chances for success is to attack the target simultaneously from 2 directions. I'm assigning Blackjack 2 to approach the city from the west. Your orders are to detour to the south and then attack the atrium and the enemy command post from the east. Make sure of your targets in the city. You'll be flying in very close quarters and we want to avoid collateral damage to civilian installations. Your secondary objective is to take out the enemy airbase at coordinates G5. Now go out there and give them hell. Right. I'm going to recheck the manual here. Tab is target cycle. Excellent. Okay. Map. Okay, so these are surface to air things. Alright, so we want to avoid those. So we are supposed to detour to the south, come around, and hit it from the east. And what is this? This is a patrol. Alright, so we're supposed to hit G9 or N9. Enemy command post. This is primary target. Understood. Up we go. We want to detour to the south. So south is 180, I believe. I can't see myself because of the anti-air circles. Understood. So, but yeah, we'll head a little bit, not all the way south, but... This is Blackjack 2. Enemy armor sighted, moving to engage, over. Okay. Blackjack 2, I have sighted in A-10... I'm hit Mayday, okay. Well, that was fast. So much for this being a 2-man mission. Alright, yeah, I can head basically, we can adjust our heading to go due east now. And I want to go past it and then turn around. Yeah, so we want to go all the way around and then come back. So, this is a little bit of a problem. That they're like, we're going to send 2 men. You're one of them. And then, like, as soon as I take off and I'm just kind of getting into position, it's just like, no, he got shot down immediately. Just like, well. Unfortunate about that. I'm at O13. Let's wait until we get to... We want to pull a U-turn once we get to R. We'll start a slow turn here. But we're not going to rush it. We were told we need to approach from the east. That's what we're going to do. We don't want Mavericks. We want an LGB to take out this building that we're going for. I said we turn when we got to R. So we want to head north now. Yeah, we want to get to 9. We're headed for N9. So we want to head north until we get to 9. And then we'll head to go due west, which will be 270 on our compass. All right, we're at 9. Pull hard around, 270. Drop our throttle a little bit. We check our map. All right. Enemy command post. We need to hit it with an LGB. And what's our other one here? The atrium building. All right, so we want to hit the command post, slight left, hit the atrium. Shit. All right, now we need to get the hell out of here because there are SAM sites around here. Oh, 180 is south. We need to be heading 90. You know, like, we need to get the hell out of here. What is this? That's a helicopter? Enemy combat air patrol. Uh-huh. What is this? Is enemy armor column. Sidewinders. Question is this enemy combat air patrol Heinz or MiGs? Because if it's Heinz, I can fight them. If it's MiGs, I probably can't. Oh, never mind. They are moving fast. Oh, wait, what is this? That's the control tower that I'm supposed to be hitting. That's going to be hard. Bearing 301. Oh, sorry, 303. 3... There's that air patrol. It's all the way over there. I could hit the armor column as like a target of opportunity. It is right there in front of me. Just take out some enemy armor just because. And we fly up here to go to the enemy airbase. I don't have any LGBs. Oh god, why? I didn't remember if it was... So I didn't remember which button was flares and which was chaff, so I just hit both. Right, we want to get lower to the ground. Lower to the ground is safer from the... The problem is I accidentally hit a civilian building with one of my large bombs. So I don't have a large bomb for my secondary target here. Also, I took out my primary targets, so I don't know exactly what I'm supposed to be doing. Like, it hasn't said, good job. Alright, so I have a Durandal, which is not necessarily useful. I have Sidewinders. Oh god, why? Where am I? Oh, I should be using a Durandal. Okay, alright. I'm trying to get out of here. Yeah. I didn't understand that that thing in front of me was actually my target. Pilot status deceased. Result partial success. Alright, atrium building was destroyed. Enemy combat post was destroyed. Enemy airbase was not destroyed. And because we're deceased, I think the campaign just ends there? Yeah. That makes sense. That does make the game very punishing, though. Just like, well, you can't finish the campaign if you die, so you gotta start over from the beginning. So we're gonna go to Fly 1 mission, because I don't want to go through the tutorial again. So stop that. The city. Fly now. Alright. Full throttle. Alright. We have liftoff. We pick up our landing gear. We launch headed east. We should immediately turn right. To go southeast. Yeah. Southeast. 135 is directly southeast. So we can get around these SAM sites. And then we'll be able to circle around from the east. We'll correctly hit. Alright. Enemy armor sighted, moving to engage. He's sighted surface-to-air missile installation. And he immediately dies. So we have to hit both targets. Alright, we turn once we get to N or O. We're at L12. We're going to continue headed this way until we get to either N or O. We're going to turn then to head directly west. Or sorry, east. Directly east. And then to the northeast. And then after that, we can pull around and put on our LGBs. Right, we're at N14. Oh, we're heading too far down. Yeah, there we go. We can head almost due north now. So we're gonna take a heading of about 20, I'll say. Yeah. Well, we've gotten far enough that, yeah, this will be good for now. And then you still want to be, we'll say at 450-ish. Now we should be able to start our turn. Because we want to be headed due west once we get to 9. Which will be 270. Alright, we're in 9. Take our turn to 270. Hard turn. 270. Oh, wait, map. Let's get an indicator on our map. Slow it down. Slow it down. Building, building, command post, locked. Building, 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 command post, building, 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 command post, building, 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 building. Where's the atrium? Okay. We're gonna have to turn around. I'm having a little bit of trouble controlling it. It's fine. We're headed due south, which is not where we want to go. Need to turn this bitch. We did not hit the atrium. So we're going to need to take another pass at it. And see what we can do there. Alright, so we're headed due east. Out to P. Alright. Quick turn. Get up to 9. P9, alright. Quick turn again. Map. Atrium spotted. Bearing 254. Bearing 254. I didn't hear a sound go off when I fired there. So I don't know if it fired the LGB or not. It appears it did not. Oh, I'm too high again. Why is it so quiet? Apparently Alt-M is supposed to toggle the music, but I tried double tapping it and it's just like, what do you mean? What do you mean turn on the music? What music? Let's drop our airspeed. We're now too low. Building, 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 build. Show me atrium building. Lock. There we go. Now we can pull off. And hit our... whatever it is. The abominable atrium has been annihilated. Okay. We now need to head here. Type control tower. Control tower is a building, so I believe that LGB is still the correct munition. Oh god. Oh, we got it with a Sidewinder. Cool. We can switch back to our, whatchamacallit, our laser-guided bomb once we are... Alright, are we at a good vector? Yeah, we want to head this way a little bit and then turn back so we're out of range of the SAM sites. We want to go lower. Lower. Oh, wait. LGB. Where's the control tower? There it is. And now we want to get out of here. Oh god, why? I can't control anything. Ugh. I was trying to turn a little bit, and then I think I wasn't in range of one of the SAM sites yet. Okay, well, we haven't had our break yet, and it's been like 2.5 hours, and we usually try to do it every hour. So we'll take a quick 3-minute break to refill our drink and all that sort of stuff, and I hope anyone here who joins me to do the same, so we can, well, take better care of ourselves. So, you know, stand up, stretch, get a drink or whatnot. You won't miss anything during this time. We're just going to be taking care of ourselves and hope that you also take good care of yourselves. So I will see you in like 3 minutes. Okay, we returned. We're back. I got a pickle. Right. Oh, the city. Threat level moderate, limited ammunition. Fly now. Alright. Full speed. Map. Target that. I'm going to immediately turn left. Oh no, we took off due north. We're going to head right. We're going to go to for like 135-ish. A little bit more to get around this. I think we're going to try to do this run at about 500-ish. Yep, Blackjack 2 is getting himself killed. Which, to be fair, we've gotten ourselves killed repeatedly too. Alright, so we want to turn once we get to N or O. And we'll see how that goes for us. So we're at L. Alright, we've already started kind of turning. Turn a little bit more here. We're going to take a slow loop around approach here. As we go around the anti-air defenses. I don't know why necessarily it wanted us to approach from the east, but we're doing it anyway because it was in the mission brief. Alright, yeah, we can get up to 45-ish here. And we can pull around to head to 270 later. Yeah. Yeah, we can pull way harder left. Alright. So we're north. We're going to go up to this road and then we're going to head a hard left. We need to switch to our LGBs. Alright, slow down. Let me target the other buildings. Why are you not letting me target the other buildings? I'm hitting the tab button and it's just not switching buildings. Hello? Was I too high? Was I too low? Like, what's going on here? Alright, we need to pull a full U-turn here. Get out of here, because we were in range of stuff. Okay. We'll try this on an approach at, like, we'll say altitude of 400. Because, like, I was sitting here, like, hitting tab, and before that would let me tab through the different targets I could acquire, but no. There's a ghost. Something fell in the other room. And there's no one in there. I'm in here. The dog's in here. No one else is up over there, so presumably it's something that I had moved slightly when I went in there for the break, and it was unstable, and then it fell after I had left. Alright, we need to head this way. Okay. We're leveling out. We're targeting down. We're not climbing anymore. We drop the throttle to 5. Drop the throttle to 4. Building. Let me target something else. I'm tabbing through things. Am I having performance issues now? That is so weird. Oh, now it sees another building. It's very odd that the game would suddenly start giving me, like, performance issues and, like, the controls, like, would just stop working on me. So let's try this again. This time we're just swinging around wide to the north. We will level out a little bit to make sure that we can travel east, set ourselves up for a good bombing run again. And hopefully it lets us actually do our bombing run this time. No. Let me tab target off the tank. No? Okay then. Well, we're gonna restart the game. Don't know why it suddenly decided to start doing that. I gotta say, having the silhouette of the guy guiding the thing is an interesting touch, except I'm pretty sure the things he's holding are supposed to be super high visibility, so having those also be part of the silhouette is a little weird. Oh, do you need to be tucked in, Liesel? Okay, we can tuck you in. There you go. Liesel. There we go. She is now safely blanketed. And we will turn off her camera. There we go. Okay. Fly one mission. The city. Fly now. We have the default loadout, which means we have 3 bombs and 3 targets. We can't miss any of them. Okay. Full throttle. Alright. Pull around to the east. That's where the SAM sites are, though. So, pull around, heading, mark 135, southeast. Get around their anti-air installations, and then we're just going to fly for a while. Adjust our pitch so that we're not climbing anymore, or at least we're not climbing as quickly anymore. Okay. We're at 140. We're pitched a little bit this way. So we should now be on a slow loop around. Oh, never mind. We can loop this around a little bit more. There we go. We should be on a slow loop around to approach from the east as expected. All right, get our LGBs out. Oh, okay. We can be a little aggressive. We can be a little bit more aggressive about our loop round. We don't need to go that far south, actually. We should have only dropped down to 12 instead of 14. It's okay, though. We can take our angle. We can take a Mark 45 to get out there. There we go. And we'll turn around. Yeah. Just pitch ourselves a little bit. Get ourselves a slow loop around. If we hit S, we've gone too far. But we're heading mostly north now. We want to head due east once we get to, or sorry, due west once we get to 9. So we're at Q10. Once again, another random game. Yeah, it's the first flight sim that we've had. And it's very odd that the music just stops playing midway through. Because we had music during other scenes, and the manual is like, if you don't like the music playing during the game, you can use this setting to turn it off. And I'm like, but the music stops playing in the middle of the game. So, I don't know about all that. Okay, we need to slow down. Command post. Locked. We need to target the atrium next. Atrium building. Locked. There we go. Now we can bail out. To be fair, that is the reason I'm here most of the time, random different games. Well, I appreciate that. That is kind of the goal. Let's see, did we get the command post? We didn't get the command post. All right. We need to circle all the way back around and hit our secondary target. But yeah, we actually had a whole smorgasbord yesterday. But games I care about too, the algorithm knows. Are there any specific games that you're looking forward to? Like, I don't know if you've seen the planned list or not. Or if there's anything that you're looking forward to, even just not thinking about a list, like I might not have even thought of it yet. Because we are in 91, and there's a lot of 90s gaming left to go, and then there's the 2000s, and so on and so forth. So there's a lot we can be doing. I love both new and old as hell games. You've never seen a list? Okay. I kind of made the list on stream, and the list has been kind of we'll call it a living document, because I never really committed to something in particular. But like, it's on the Discord, which again, my chat bot is not working on the YouTube side. I set up the bot the exact same way in YouTube and on Twitch, and it works on Twitch and it doesn't work on YouTube, and I don't know why. But let's see. We'll bring up the map to pause the game real quick so I can repost this. But in the stream suggestions section, I have the very, very tentative list of all the games for each year. So it's in there. Yeah, that should be an up-to-date link. I've had issues with the links expiring. I generated that link yesterday with the setting that says unlimited people can join with this link and it doesn't expire. Why? I'm specifically setting it to not expire. Why is it? Edit invite link. Expire after. Never. Number of uses. No limit. Generate new link. Copy. Alright, here's another new one. Okay. Hopefully that one works. And I will update the chatbots again after stream. So let's see. We need to approach from the southeast and then leave through, like, directly west between those two anti-aircraft installations. Can we get in, like, where the two... I think we can take a straight shot from here. Maybe we head west a little bit more for now and then turn. Okay, let's try a slightly different approach. Edit invite link. Expire after 1 hour. 5 uses. Generate new link. Copy. Copy, 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 copy. What is wrong with this thing? I don't know why also the length of the URL is changing is very weird to me. Continue flying. Alright, so now we can head this way. Oh, we are way too high. Let's take up the throttle. Let's dive down a bit. Because, yeah, our altitude is way too high. Now let's pull up a little bit. Right rudder, right rudder. That one's invalid too. Why? Okay. I wonder... Wait, this is the same one as before, right? Your server itself? Maybe? GXSUBDTHCD. Like, the server is here, It appears to be fine. Yeah, this should be a durable one. Yeah, I just generated this one. The server is up. I'm in it. Other people are in it. Yeah, it says 3 people online. I wonder if it's... Okay, let me try this approach. Like, it should be this one. You can search on Discord for servers? Yeah, I don't know if it's discoverable, but it should just be Tri-Yang. So, maybe you could find it that way. I don't know. I might need to just, like, poke someone else whose, like, Discord ID I know or something, that if it's just straight up not letting people in, even with the invite link, that's very, very odd. But it's interesting that when I went in to do it twice, yeah, I don't know. Look, if you want to send me, like, your Discord ID, I can maybe try to invite you directly. No, that's what I need to test after stream. Like, if it's with just you, I'll need to just, like, ping someone else who isn't currently in the server and be like, hey, some people have said there's problems with this invite link. Can you test it for me? Like, that's the test procedure we'll go through. But I can check it. Security actions? No. No, I don't have any of those active. Server settings? There are upcoming changes to messaging permissions. Uh-huh. Okay, we can apply that. Okay. Server profile. This is fine. This is fine. This is fine. Okay. I have unprivated the profile. I don't know if that changes anything. I don't have a tag because we're not boosted. Access integration, safety setup. Yeah, we've got auto mod and all turned on. Onboarding server invites. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I might need to mess around and test things with some people if it's just actively not letting people in. Stop that. Okay. Let me try the... A-U-R-A. I-E-D-I-S-H. Alright, we're gonna do this the old-fashioned way. Because you don't even show up on the list to be invited unless you're already friends. So we're gonna accept the friend request, then we can go to the server, and then when I say invite to server, then the invite goes through. And then I will have to test the invite link with someone else. But okay. That was a whole process. And there we go. Okay, good. And I can see that you have joined. So this is another thing. I was mentioning this yesterday about Discord servers. God damn it. Thank you. Sometimes the game thinks there's a joystick connected, and it just, like, freaks out. But this is something I was talking about yesterday, how there's some Discord settings that are kind of weird. And one of the ones that I find weird is the notification settings that, like, by default, like, it notifies everyone about every message ever, and I aggressively turn that off. I hope you make playlists. I don't know what you mean by that. Alright, now we have to turn this way to head straight west. Oh, on YouTube? What, like for the VODs? I could look into that. Oh god. How are we getting hit? We should be... return to base. Haha, we don't have to escape. The mission ends when we got our objectives done. So it's easy to watch over and over? Yeah, I can easily put all of the VODs into it. It just feels a little weird to make a playlist of VODs when they're like 4 hours long each. But I could definitely do that. Alright, good job taking out the atrium building. Nice work killing the command post. This destruction will hinder our enemy's ability to coordinate operations, and the enemy airbase was put out of action permanently. The MiG threat should be lessened. Right. You're the perfect sleep channel? Thank you. Which is funny because I guess, like, depending on the style of the channel, that could be seen as a bad thing, but I'm not going for, like, big hype energy vibes to start with. So, I consider that a good thing. And consider that an indicator that we have a nice, chill, calming atmosphere, which I'm down with. But oh, back to the topic about Discord notifications. It always annoys me when I join a Discord server and my phone just starts continuously blowing up because they left the default permissions on, which is when you join the server, everyone is going to receive a notification about every message that every person sends in every channel. This is crazy. I don't know anyone who wants that on any server. Like, the only one that I have that does that is my server because I'm administering it, so I need to know these things. But, like, no one who's just joining a server should want notifications about every message being sent anywhere on a server. But yes. Also, and this came up because I saw your joining thing, there are a bunch of servers I'm in where people joining and leaving is public information. Like, that's God, stop that. Thank you. And I don't like that. It feels like it's spying on me and broadcasting things. Now, I have heard the counter argument that it's good for moderation. Like, you know, so you know when people join and stuff. To which I say, yeah, I have that channel on my server for people joining and leaving the server. It's a mod-only channel. That doesn't need to be public information. I don't need everyone in the server being like, some people might want to join and just lurk and not chat or anything. And I don't need some super extrovert people being like, hey, welcome, hey, welcome, hey, welcome, for the people who don't want that. We're very big on opt-in. Much like I don't at everyone for notifications. As you probably saw, because I set up the onboarding thing. You had to click the things for what do you want notifications on. And you're only going to get notifications for the things you deliberately requested. We're not adding everyone for everything. That, I think, is rude. And I know not everyone thinks that. That is my position, but it is not everyone's position. But it's my server, so I get to run it how I want. Which I think is the more polite way. Weak playlists are especially good when the audio, especially music, isn't louder than the other, like other sounds music. Interesting. I do try to keep the audio in relatively stable. And I'm just going based on like the audio outputs in OBS. So my audio should be between -5 and -15. I try to keep game audio caps out at about -30. And if I have separate background music playing, I keep that at somewhere in the -40 to -45 range. So I try to keep it pretty stable between games. I do not always succeed. Especially yesterday, because I was switching between games multiple times. And it had like different captures. I even lost audio at one point because I like muted it for a break, and then I came back and I didn't unmute it. Audio in games should never be louder than your voice. Yeah, I agree. But sometimes the games themselves don't agree. Sometimes the capture is weird. Sometimes it's a balancing issue. Like, in-game, like, most sounds will be quiet, but then suddenly there's, like, this one or two effect that'll be way louder than others for no apparent reason. But yeah. And I say this because I'm also someone who... Your mission... Oh, this is, like... We don't have briefing, it's a scramble mission. Okay, cool. And I say this as someone who often has streams as not necessarily sleep, but like as second monitor content. There's MiG closing on our position. Okay. And it blew up. That bogey got one of our chappers. Let's get out of here fast. Okay, alright. Full speed. Up we go, up we go. Quarter, we just took it in the shorts from that MiG. Alright, let's switch to Sidewinders. We're in big trouble, men. Our adversaries have launched a major attack. Take out Bridges, Alpha, and Bravo grid coordinates K6 and K8. Oh, let's not crash into the ground. But yeah, audio balancing can be tricky. We want bridge coordinates. Guarding Bridge Alpha. Okay. But yeah. So sometimes, as someone who often has second monitor streamers, audio issues are one of the fastest ways to get me to bail if I like get rated into someone. It's just like, and I don't necessarily mean like you need a super high fidelity mic. Like for example, this mic, this is like a $20 microphone. I don't know if giving reference helps, but a guy called SNES Drunk, his audio mix is perfect for sleepers. Nothing loud, but perfect enough to not wake you up. Interesting. I might look at it. I might not. But it's good to know. But of course, it's hard to figure out what exactly his settings are just from listening, which is tricky. Alright, Charlie Bridge. Bravo Bridge. Your main objective is to destroy Alpha and Bravo bridges. Alright. Alpha Bridge. Alright, so we're gonna suck this. You were wondering that too? Like what? How to steal settings from someone else? Like what their stuff is? Now, the funny thing about that is YouTube does some automatic stuff as well. Sidewinders, turn to rockets. LGB. LGB is for bridges. That's what the B is for. It's for bridges. Laser guided bridges. So yeah. I was wondering that too, if you could just hear the audio. Is it AI nowadays? It predates AI by a substantial amount. So, like, this is, like, pretty old tech. They have some normalizing going on the audio, which is very easy to do. Oh god, why? Oh, I can't figure out what's going on. That's a hind. Oh god, it's too far away. Oh god, I can't control my plane at all. Oh god, why? What am I don't even know what I'm being attacked by. Because I can't understand the UI. AI is not new to our continent. But no, oh, wait, stop. We're too low, close to the ground. I don't know where I am. I can't really control my plane. Oh, there's the bridge. Okay, we took out a bridge. Oh, wait. Pull up. We need to not die. And we died. Supply convoy blown to bits. But no, this is just like AI, not AI. This is just normal audio like balancing, and normalization, which you can apply filters to. Essentially, it's, if you might recall the loudness wars of the 90s, where like everyone tried to balance their audio super loud, there's a thing they do to kind of like bring up people who are really quiet and bring down people who are really loud. In fact, there's a thing you can do, but you hear the AI is automatic in our new content. Maybe like they're introducing AI stuff for what? For like auto translation. Auto translation is something they're introducing that's happening with AI. And so that's something where like if it detects something in a different language, like it'll automatically put voiceover in your language. So like that's an AI thing, but the normalization is more similar to the loudness wars in that it's just has to do with audio balancing, which is very, very old sort of tech. And in fact, you can, and I think this is something that's available to everyone, but I don't know if it's just in Chrome or if you can do it in any sort of browser, but if you right click on the video, there might be an option to say, and I think it's called like literally like stats for nerds. And if you bring it up, it'll show you certain things about the video, and it'll tell you things like how much louder or quieter that video is than normal. Also, if you want to make a jingle or something for free, that could be interesting. Like, what do you mean by a jingle? Like a "we'll be right back" thing? That said, I'm a bit hesitant about taking artists' work for free. As you said, AI is kind of a thing these days, and artists, you know, it's a profession and deserve to be paid. So I'm a bit hesitant about, you know, taking work for free. Like, I'm not going to stop you, but one, I can't guarantee I'll use it. And two, it's a little weird to take free work from someone who, like, does paid work. Like, especially if I'm using it for, well, I say for commercial purposes, because technically that's what streaming is, even though to date I have received $0. Oh, you just believe me and you're cool like that? Oh, well, look. If you just want to do it, like, for fun as a hobby project, like, I've done little video edits and all for streamers before as well. Not as, like, something for them to use on stream, like assets, but just, like, little fan works, because I felt like it and I thought it'd be funny. Like, at one point there was someone, they were a VTuber and they'd gone from, like, one model to another model. And I plugged in, like, their old model and their new model. I had to do a little bit of editing work on it to get the silhouettes right. But I plugged it into, like, a Pokemon, like, evolution video clip thing. Just, you know, for the hell of it. but it's pest control and music, so I really just want to help. Hey, well, look, if you're into it, go for it. I'm not going to stop you. I'm just a dude in pest control. I've heard interesting things about pest control. Mostly, they're the same kind of things I hear about doing HVAC, which is the working environment, as in going into attics and crawl spaces when it is ridiculously cold and or ridiculously hot out, is the main things that I've heard regarding things like pest control and HVAC work and other things of that nature, is just like going into unpleasant sections of people's houses at uncomfortable temperatures. But yeah, see, now I'm kind of curious as to what sort of vibe you would want for it, that sort of thing. But yeah, back to the YouTube thing. I think you can right-click and it'll say like stats for nerds, and it'll give you like some audio level information on that video. And as for like what it's normalized to, and like is that higher or lower than the average video? I'll make anything for it. Oh well, that's the thing. I hadn't even considered that as a thing for planning because, again, very, very small, and technically for profit, I guess, because it is a potentially monetizable, even though I have yet to receive any monetization. Actually, I think technically in my account on the Twitch side, I have earnings of like $3 that like don't get paid out until it hits 10. But maybe a ProJared kind of thing, just an ID. I don't know what ProJared is, besides, liking Subway. We want an LGB on this target, I think. Actually, but at the point we're just friends. Yeah, I get it. But no, I have no idea what style I would even want. Oh, wait, we're locked. We're locked. Fire, bombs away. But yeah, as I said, because I haven't really looked into it, I don't even know what sort of style I would use. Because on the one hand, I'd have like a general vibe I'm going for with the stream itself. So I don't want something super jarring and different than that. But at the same time, I don't necessarily want something that lacks impact, I guess I would say. But then again, it doesn't need to be super impactful either. So, I don't know. I'm just super indecisive because I hadn't thought about it. That's fun. Maybe I can get a moment of free time to work on an idea. Yeah, feel free to do it. Oh, also, back to the original topic before we got on to fighting with Discord. Did you get a chance to check the stream suggestions section on upcoming games? Because my initial question was about, hey, is there anything there that you're really looking forward to? Or, or that you feel is maybe missing that I could get looked forward to? No, you did not look, but you will look now. Excellent. Hope you find some interesting stuff in there. All right. Now let's see if we handle the Durandal. We head over here. All right, let's not crash our bird. Do they call these birds? I mean, I guess it's a warthog, so that's not really a bird. For some reason, I feel like a bird is more of a used for helicopters, but I have no idea if that's correct. Oh wait, we want to go full throttle. But yeah, there's a lot of stuff in that list. And as I mentioned a little bit earlier, this week is very different than the list. Your suggestions are your own, but what you'll find you'll associate with, I'll add. Cool. But yeah, this week's plan is a little different than it initially was, because I was like, wait a second. When I was initially planning this, I was just looking at basically the catalog for good old games. But a lot of this older stuff isn't licensed anymore, so I needed to check the abandonware sides, which is how I found most of the stuff I've done this week. So, yeah. Maniac Mansion. Yep, we did that. That was interesting. Oops, I'm gonna make a list not like this. Hey, whatever works. I wonder if you can run into that. Oh, right, we need to be able to use our cannon now. This is how I have crashed my plane repeatedly, by trying to use the cannon. Point plane at ground, but don't hit ground. I'd like to know what you played. Yeah, so I believe everything up through this week, which is 1991, I believe I went back and updated that list to be accurate to which ones I did play. The other one is, and I don't think I've posted the image separately, but if you've seen the thumbnails of the stream and how they've been changing, I am adding an icon to that thumbnail for each different game played. Oh, I see what you mean. Like, what stuff in the list is like nostalgia for me because I played it growing up, versus which stuff in the list I would be playing for the first time. I get you. I see years with names, not finished games. Yeah. Okay. So, actually, I don't think I've gone over that yet. I can do that on stream, actually, after we finish this training run. Because, yeah, I should update that with whether it's, like, new to me or not. Oh, wait, we want to go over this way a little bit. And I need to remember that my guns are only effective out to 3,000. Check marks, yeah. Well, check marks makes it seem like I'm already done with it as far as, like, the stream is concerned, which is not the case. Oh, wait, no, pull up. Oh god, why? Balance out, pull up. Get me some thrusts. Thank you. We once again almost ran into the ground when trying to use our forward-mounted cannons. But yeah, I'll find a way to tag them. I'll put a little what's the right word for it? A key at the top for what the symbols mean individually. I can tag them with some sort of emote each or something like that. Alright. Okay. Wow, it started lagging there really hard once I got close to the ground. Alright, we need to go to fight the helicopter. Now. There should be two tags. One saying I've played but didn't finish and never played. Yeah. Well, there's a lot of stuff that I'm not going to finish just because if I'm only giving each one like one stream, or like yesterday where I did like a kind of grab bag, went through a couple different ones, it's like, well, they got less than one stream each. Of course, one of those games, like Mixed Up Mother Goose, that game is spent, like, the version that I played, it's like, oh, you can beat this game in like an hour. But I did learn that in England, what I would refer to as a hobby horse is apparently called a cock horse. And if you're not familiar with what a hobby horse is either, think like old-timey like kids' toy where it's just like a stick with like a stuffed horse's head on the end that you can like ride around. So as far as I know, that is called a hobby horse, but according to the nursery rhyme game, and in England, it's called a cock horse. Which is hilarious to me. Although that was one that I had the audio muted for accidentally, so I had to go back after stream, start a new game, get to that section of the game again, record audio, and then put it together into a short. It was just like, I must share this, and sharing it as it was not working well. So it's just like, no, we're gonna do it this way. Oh, we went past it. We need to turn all the way around. I'm gonna ride a cock horse? Yeah, I know. It's extra funny because the nursery rhyme goes, ride a cock horse to Banbury Cross to see a fine lady upon a white horse. And in game, because the whole premise of the game is you're delivering like things that they need to properly do the nursery rhyme. Just like, oh, you brought the cock horse just in time. The fine lady is almost here. It's just like, oh man. That is certainly some phrasing there. We needed to get the cock horse ready for the fine lady. Excellent. I'll make sure to remember that we need to keep the cock horse ready for the fine lady. I love that it locks on from 9 kilometers away, but we only get the help tooltip when we're like 8 kilometers away, so it's like, it shows up, it's locked on, I fire, then it tells me, hey, you should fire. Oh, you believe I'm awesome. Well, thank you. So we will return to base, and then I'm going to swap over what we're looking at here. So let's pull this up. Let's make sure we're not giving away too much. Stream suggestions. Hide member list. Yeah, okay. We should be good here. It's always risky to do this sort of change because it's sharing a screen. It's been a couple days, thank God you stayed, because I'm gonna be honest, it's hard to stay in any stream, but my attitude in game selection makes you stay. Excellent. Well, thank you very much for that. But yes, because I brought it up earlier and I wanted to talk about it, and let's be real, I'm not going to complete any more missions in A-10 Tank Killer. I am very bad at it, or the game is very janky, or somewhere in between. So these are all ones that I definitely did. And as I mentioned in as far as tooltips go, so this is the, not the tooltip, thumbnail, other T word. The thumbnail is getting updated. Every game I play, I'm adding another icon for a game. So we've got Carmen Sandiego, Might and Magic, Number Munchers, Maniac Mansion, Indiana Jones, Pool of Radiance, Pirates, King's Quest, all this stuff. So by the time we get to the end, this should be almost completely full, with an icon from each game we played. Which, I have no idea if anyone noticed that before I brought it up to literally talk about it here, but I think it's fun. I like it. But yes, to the list of games. Oh, this is not up to date. We did not play Wizardry 6. We did play Elvira and King's Bounty. I'm assuming basically every game you've added. Yeah, so let's see. Going forward, let's see. We're not doing Space Quest 4. We did do Slordax, we did Crystal Caves, we did Mixed Up Mother Goose, and we did A-10 Tank Killer 1.5. Alright, and then I believe our others, we have one other, if I can get Lemmings to work, we might do Lemmings. I was gonna do it tonight, but the colors were all messed up, and I couldn't get it to work properly. And then, of course, we have our GDO day, as we always have one per week. But then, 1992, we've got Wolfenstein 3D. That is nostalgia for me. I played the shareware version growing up. So I have played some of it a lot. I don't think I've played the whole thing, though. So we'll see how far I can get in it. We've got Dune II. I have not played it, but it's like the first like real example of a real-time strategy game. So that's gonna be a good one to really get through. King's Quest VI is a filler. King's Quest VI is the one I played the most growing up. I know Ross Game Dungeon, right? I do not. I'm gonna have to write down a couple names you've referenced here to look into. So we may or may not do King's Quest VI. It's there just because. So I will note, especially for like this block from like 92 to 95, I have not yet looked at the abandonware lists. It's entirely possible I will find something on the abandonware lists that I want to do, because this is all stuff that I could get through like good old games and other stuff where the licenses are still around, so there's a legitimate way to buy it. So I took the legitimate way to buy it, as opposed to abandonware, which you can't really buy it, so you can just download it. So 93, we have Doom. It is unlikely that I do both Doom and Wolfenstein 3D, because these are both by id Software. They are very, very similar to each other. So if I'm doing one, I'm probably not doing the other. And because Wolfenstein 3D has the nostalgia for me, I am more likely to do Wolfenstein 3D than Doom. Even though Doom, as far as like impact on the gaming industry and the first-person shooter genre and everything, is like just enormous. Like you cannot overstate its impact. Frontier Elite 2, might do it, might not. Mortal Kombat, I might do this like probably a half stream. Why is it in 93 when it came out before then? Because that's when the PC port was. So we may or may not do that. Master of Orion, I played Mortal Kombat growing up on like Nintendo with like neighbors and all. Frontier Alert, I have not played. Master of Orion, I played a lot, but I did not play it when growing up. I played Master of Orion more like, I want to say like 2006-ish? So it was old when I played it, but I played it a bunch, so it still has nostalgia for me, even though it is much older than my nostalgia. So yeah, so that's that. Frontier Elite I've not played. XCOM. I haven't played XCOM. X-Wing Special Edition. Haven't played X-Wing. Superhero League of Hoboken. I picked this because it seems funny. I had never heard of it at all before I saw it when I was looking through stuff to do for this challenge event, whatever we're going to call it. But it looks like a blast. It might be terrible. But yeah, I'll give you $100 next week if you can play one of the games I want for the list. Well, I mean, here's the thing. Because I don't do this for a living, it's just kind of a hobby. This goes two ways. If I don't want to do it, I make enough money at my day job that you're not going to be able to pay me enough to make me do it. And if it's interesting enough that I want to do it, then I'll do it for free. So those are the two ways to go. It's like, if it's interesting, I'll do it for free. And if I don't want to do it, $100 isn't going to change my mind. So, that's just how that's going to go. If it's interesting, you'll pay 100. Look, I mean, all right. Here's where I level on you a little bit of behind the curtain stuff. I have a very white collar job. There is like a, statistically speaking, there's like a 95% chance that I make more than any given person watching. Like, I am very well paid in a white collar, like computer related job. I do not need your money. So I would like, if you want to give money and you have the money to spend, I'm not going to stop you. I don't actually know if I have a way for you to give it to me actually on YouTube, but that's a different matter entirely. But no, like, take care of yourself first. Rest assured, I am well taken care of. I do not need it. But no, if you've got an idea, shoot, like, go for it. If you play one of the games you want from the list. So next week, so you specifically have something for 1992 that you want. Like, if you want me to play something from 1999 next week, that's just not how this goes. You'll have to wait until the 1999 week. But yeah, 1992 is next week. also relies on me being able to find the game. If it's something really obscure and I just can't find it or I can't get it to work on a modern system, then yeah. But no, like I am way open to suggestions. That's why this is the Stream Suggestions channel. But yeah. So, Lode Runner, The Legend Returns. I played a lot of this growing up. This is one that I played a bunch of. I don't think I beat it, because this is one of those, like, there's 100 levels, like, in order, and then they're each puzzles, and I don't remember how far I got through them. But yeah. So I played a bunch of this. I'm really looking forward to playing it again. It's going to be a blast. SimCity 2000. I remember playing this growing up. I don't think I had it at home. I think it was on the computers at school. But yeah, it's very impactful as far as like the whole sim genre. So I've played it, but I don't like know it super well. You made over 30,000 at a job. You think you can pay for your own enjoyment? That's true, but I can also give you your own enjoyment for free. So as I said, like, if you really want to, and it's not gonna like put you out as far as like groceries or rent, go for it. But don't feel like you need to. Don't feel obligated. That's my main takeaway. It's like, I will be fine. If you want to give stuff, you can. If not, that's cool too. I just appreciate everyone who like stops by, chats, hangs out, or just walks. And no, you don't think I'm talking about? No, I mean, I have no reason to do that. But yeah, so I have no mouth and I must scream. I have played some of this. It is a point-and-click adventure. I did not beat it. Whether or not I will be able to beat it on stream, like, this is one that I would, because I've already played the first section, there's no point in me trying to puzzle my way out through the first section. We'll use a walkthrough for this from the very beginning, just because this is more about the ambiance and the setting. The game is Impossible Loot. Okay. Interesting. The first thing that came to mind for me was the old Flash game, Don't Shit Yourself, which, if you are not familiar with that, it's like a text adventure Flash game, and the goal is don't shit yourself. And it's, the game is designed to basically misinterpret everything you say. It's like if you ever did this exercise in school where, like, the teacher tells you to write down, like, in words how to tie a pair of shoes, and then tries to follow all the directions as letter of the law as possible while still getting everything wrong. So it's just like, so you're sitting there, it's just like, and you type in like take off pants, sit on toilet, poop. It's just like, oh, you shot your underwear. You never told me to pull down my underwear. I only pulled down the outer pants. You shot yourself. Like, that is the basic premise of that game. Again, you know, it's mid 2000s Flash game, like E-Bombs World, Newgrounds sort of stuff. It was a time to be on the internet. Heroes of Might and Magic. There's a good chance that we play this. We might not, since we did do King's Bounty, which is very similar, but it's also might be interesting because King's Bounty is similar. It's the predecessor made by the same company. It'd be interesting to see and like compare it with the 5-year gap. Exile Escape from the Pit. This is nostalgia for me. This is an indie game from a company called Spiderweb Software. The trick here is that I don't know if I can get Exile Escape from the Pit, because, specifically, the company rebranded and redid all the games in a new engine under the name of Vernum. And those are the versions that they sell now. I don't know if I can find Exile. I might only be able to find a Vernum. Grab one shoestring, grab another shoestring, I lay one over the other, make a loop, and yeah, it's like, yeah. That's the whole point of the exercise, is that if you have to put something in writing specifically, and it is any sort of non-trivial task, it is incredibly easy to mess it up and leave something out or be somewhat misleading. Like, But yeah, alright. 96. Diablo. I'll be honest, I played a bunch of Diablo 2 growing up. I have not played the original Diablo and Hellfire expansion. So we haven't played that. So that one's probably a good point to hit. Blood Omen, Legacy of Kain. Also haven't played that. I have not played the original Resident Evil. I have not played Sakura Wars. Zumbinis, I did play. This is sort of like an pseudo-edutainment, like matching game sort of thing. I don't know if I can get the original version. You're excited to see all Fallout. Yeah, Fallout's going to be interesting. Fallout's here in 97. Fallout is one that I think I started up, but I only was in like maybe a half hour wandering around Lost, so I have not played very much of it. Oddworld, Abe's Odyssey, this is sort of a puzzle platformer sort of thing. A friend of mine had it on a console, or one of the other Oddworld ones on console, so it has a little bit of nostalgia for me there, but I've never actually played it. Oregon Trail 3, I did play, and I want to find out the I want to find out if the exploit still exists. So I remember in Oregon Trail 3, you could exploit arbitrage to get unlimited money early, because the different shops in the starting town would sometimes sell things at different prices. And if you paid attention and looked at it, like you could see, it's like, oh, the general store is selling flour for 20 cents a pound, but this one is selling flour for like 14 cents a pound. So if I can buy here and sell here, I can get money, and I can just like go back and forth and amplify it until you can like start out with like just fully kitted out. You get the most expensive covered wagon, the most oxen, like you can get everything. You think single player games will give the most views with editor? Yeah, single player games are kind of the way to go here. But yeah, Oregon Trail 3, I've got a lot of memories of that one, played it a lot. I do remember beating it a couple times because it is Oregon Trail. You don't always die of dysentery, sometimes you do make it to Oregon. Exile 3, Ruined World. Again, much like Exile Escape from the Pit. I don't know if I can find Exile, I might only be able to find a Vernum. And this is another one where if I do Exile 1, I'm not going to do Exile 3, and vice versa. Oregon Trail would be perfect, yeah. I was unable to find, like, the original Oregon Trail was too old for me to start off on, because it was before 86. It came out in 85, I believe. But Oregon Trail 3 is one that I do remember playing, so we're going to try to hit that one. That one I'm looking forward to. Thief, The Dark Project. Thief, super impactful. One of the first big games that did stealth gameplay well. From what I've heard. I haven't played it. So, Thief is something that I'm looking forward to maybe trying out. Could be interesting. Sanitarium is another point-and-click adventure style thing. This one I have played and I have beaten, but it's fun. Unfortunately, there's so much other stuff in 98, I am unlikely to hit Sanitarium. Just because this is stacked. We've got Fallout 2. Again, this is another one. If I do Fallout, I'm probably not going to do Fallout 2. Just because I have limited slots, I can't put every Fallout in. That's just not how it's going to go. I'm going to have to choose one or the other. I list both because it could go either way, just depending on how much competition is in each different year. Return to Krondor. I played a little bit of this at a relative's house, but not a whole lot besides that. This is just kind of a nostalgia trip for me, so I might want to do that. Half-Life. I don't need to say a lot about Half-Life. Half-Life's reputation precedes it a ridiculous amount. Super impactful. Source engine, physics happening, like just so much new stuff, so much impact in the gaming landscape. Yeah. Do Tyrion for you? It's like Tyrion 2000. Yeah, I have not played Tyrion 2000, but it looked interesting. So if we have a strong opinion on that, then that definitely bumps it up. Darkstone, I have not done, but it looked kind of interesting. Legacy of Kain, Soul Reaver. We have Blood Omen, Legacy of Kain, and Legacy of Kain, Soul Reaver. Once again, unlikely to do both. Depending on which one has more competition, we will do one or the other, but probably not both. And then, of course, System Shock 2. Another huge name in gaming history. I started playing System Shock 2 at one point. Only other than this is Legacy of Kain, but you want Tyrion's. Yeah, okay. I started playing System Shock 2. I didn't get very far. Like, the type of janky that it was, I just kind of bounced off of it. Even though it's, in theory, it's supposed to be really, really good, but it just didn't get me when I tried it before, but that was like a decade ago, so who knows, my tastes might have changed. That game made you sleep? Well, yeah, that was like, it's supposed to be really, really good, so I don't know if it just starts really slow, or if it's just like, the type of jank in its mechanics did not resonate with me, because, don't get me wrong, I have played and do play some pretty janky games. The game I play every week, it has a reserved slot, Dungeons & Dragons Online. It is an MMO that is turning 20 this year. It has so much jank. So much. But I like it. And I appreciate the type of jank that it is. So, jank is not a disqualifier. It just has to be the right kind of jank. Okay, 2000, Dino Crisis. Well-known name. Haven't played it. Deus Ex. Another. If I join, will there be beginner jank? If you join for what? For System Shock 2? Oh, if you join the MMO? Its main problem is that it can be very complex and it doesn't have a good in-game tutorial system. It has a very good, very detailed wiki. And it has a very welcoming community as long as you say that you're new. So this is the trick. It is a 20-year-old MMO. It has a relatively small player base. People will assume you already know what you're doing because almost everyone who plays it already knows what they're doing because there isn't a big influx of players to it at this point. But if you say you're new, people are very welcoming, generally. But yeah, let me, so, now you got me on a tangent, which is fine. But if you join, you'll be welcome. Yes, absolutely. So, this is the builder. This is not part of the game. This is an offline tool that a community member made and has maintained over the years. And this is one thing that I really like about the game, is the build system. It's based on Dungeons & Dragons 3.5, roughly. That's what it started as. And then it has, 20 years worth of MMO power creep in it. So among other things that it supports, because it's inherited from Dungeons & Dragons, yeah, let me just pull up the link here and find it. Yeah, there we go. It is not as big a pain to install as it used to be. They fixed the launcher, I want to say like 2 or 3 years ago. Before that, this was like even at modern internet speeds and modern computer speeds, downloading the client was like a leave it running overnight sort of affair because the launcher had a problem with it. It was slow. I don't know the technical reason why it was slow. Now it is a more reasonable affair to install than it used to be. But yes, so it being based off of Dungeons & Dragons 3.5, so you've got your feat choices, you've got your classes. It also supports multi-classing. You can have multiple different classes. If you liked old WoW and talent trees, boy howdy, do we have talent trees once the builder decides to load them in for me. And it's loading, it's thinking about it. But yeah, so you can make your builds very, very simple. Like if you just want to make a barbarian with a big two-handed axe and you're just going to put no multi-classing, just 20 levels in Barbarian. You're going to max your strength, you're going to have good constitution, and you're going to hit things with a big axe. Your build's going to be fairly straightforward, fairly easy. If you want to do some more specialized or esoteric builds, well, that's when you're going to get into a little bit of trickiness. So like this is my current build that I'm running this life. As you can see, we've got talent trees, we've got a racial tree, so this is based on your race. Then you get somewhere between 3 to 4 trees that are based on your class. In this case, Bard gets Spellsinger, War Chanter, and Swashbuckler. It says your address has been used before. Who knows? Maybe you played it like 20 years ago? It's been around a long time. If you ever dabbled in like just picking random MMOs, you might have an account. But yeah, and also it has some trees that are like generic that you can unlock other ways. Fade Arc Illusionist is unlocked through faction reputation in game. So you get these points, you get like 4 points per level. You put them in the trees, they make your spells do extra stuff. It's a good time. You know, D&D stats, all that sort of stuff. It's a good time. I like it a lot. The main grind, there are 2 main grinds you can do. One is just get to end game and grind gear. The other is the reincarnation system, which is you get dropping things. The other one is you get to level cap. And what you can do is you can reset, instead of making an alt to try something else, to try a different build, you say, okay, reset my character down to level 1. And when you reset your character down to level 1, you get a permanent bonus. So like if you were, I'll use Barbarian as an example because it's the one I used as a simple build. So you level Barbarian up to level 20, which is not technically the cap, but there's more details there. You get up to level 20. You're now eligible to do a heroic reincarnation, which means you reset yourself down to level 1, and you will get a bonus based on your class. You're a Barbarian, their bonus is 10 health. That character, now forevermore, will have a permanent just plus 10 health. And like, each class has a different bonus you can get. You can also do it based on your race instead of your class. That has a different set of bonuses. Levels 20 to 30, those are the epic levels instead of the heroic levels, which is 1 to 20. There's also epic reincarnation, where you go from 30 back down to 20. That gets a set of bonuses. So if you want to join what's the best at what? This is the trick. Because this is not your traditional trifecta like tank, DPS, healer sort of MMO, and you can do a lot of things, if not everything, solo. Like, the only things you can't solo are certain raids that have certain mechanics. If you're just joining the game, I would say what you're looking for is something with a relatively early power spike. Casters tend to be pretty miserable for levels 1 and 2. Oh, hey! That bot is supposed to post that once an hour. Why has it just now decided to post that after stream has been live for 4 hours? But right. Casters tend to be pretty miserable for the first 1 or 2 levels. So your noob-friendly builds are generally going to be a big two-handed fighting thing. You don't even see that in stream chat, only on my chat. Interesting. I'll have to look at that too. Interesting. But your big two-handed fighters, so a paladin fighter and barbarian are all fairly forgiving. Barbarian would be my go-to. It is the simplest, but it really depends on what style of character you like to play. So there are a lot of things that you could do, just depending. Like, if you like to play casters in game, there are ways to do that. What you do is, to get you through the first 1 or 2 levels, you purchase a hireling for basically free. in-game currency. You talk to the hireling vendor, you get the barbarian hireling. The barbarian hireling can, despite the AI of the NPC companions being awful, can solo all the level 1 quests for you and kind of be a crutch while you get your caster to level 2 when you can actually start doing things that are effective. So if you want to play a caster, there are ways to do it that don't suck, and they'll be good later. So generally speaking, because the grind that most people do the most is the reincarnation cycle, where you level up and then you reset for a permanent bonus. To give you a hint, I have played this game for probably a decade at least. My character has over 100 past lives. That's like over 100 reincarnations. Like well over, like I think 150. I'm getting close to completionist, as in like having all of them. All of the racial lives, at least, not the class lives. So a lot of the preferred builds are builds that are good at leveling. What makes a build good at leveling? Move speed and area of effect damage. Also survivability, but most people with established characters, you get a lot of survivability from past lives, so it doesn't matter as much for them. I can play very disrespectfully on my main because I have a lot of like hand-me-down gear. Because like when you reset your character, you still have all your gear. It has level requirements, but that means like, oh, I got up to the current level cap, which is 35. I went down to some level 5 quests. I farmed out a complete set of best in slot level 5 gear, and now that just sits in my bank. So every time I reset, I hit level 5, I put on my level 5 gear, I'm a god. But yes. Yeah, so it really depends on what kind of thing you like to play. The game's free-to-play model is sort of a freemium model. So most things are free as far as classes and races. Not all of them are. A lot of the iconics are not. But there is a lot you can choose from, so it's not too bad. Also, how it works, almost like old pen and paper Dungeons and Dragons modules. Like, you've got a bunch of quests you can do. And then you can buy a la carte. It's like, okay, well, I played a bunch of free-to-play quests. I've gotten to this level. There's kind of a gap of free-to-play quests at this level. I'll use the points that I earned in-game to buy this quest pack. And then you can play that quest pack. It's unlocked for your account, like from then on. That said, over the years, especially, I think they first did it during COVID, but they've brought it back a couple times. They brought essentially a coupon code that unlocks every non-expansion quest pack permanently for your account. So, is there a chance that they bring that back for the 20th anniversary event that's starting in like a month or so? Decent. Not guaranteed. They haven't said it. They don't announce beforehand when they're going to do it. But that said, there are many hours of content available for free. More than enough time to decide if you like the game or not. If you like the game, then you can put some money into it. If you don't like the game, well, then you had it for free to start with. So, yeah. If you're interested, I encourage you to try it out. If you want something that is pretty forgiving early on, I'd say Barbarian is your safest bet, followed by Fighter and Paladin. All three are good. You just put on a big two-handed weapon and you beat things to death. They all have some decent sustain. Already downloading and don't mind spending money? Yeah. But what I'm saying is, the things to spend money on are not needed before you get a feel for the game. That said, if you just want to... There is a subscription model that you can do as well. Benefits of the subscription model: all of the quest packs that are not expansions are unlocked automatically, and the ability to start quests on higher difficulty levels. So, if you're on a First Life character, quests have multiple difficulty levels. You're going to go in on normal, hard, or elite. Or Reaper, but you probably don't need to worry about Reaper right now. If you have multiple past lives, you can just walk up to the quest. I want to do it on elite, and you do it on elite. If you're on a first life character, you have to play normal first, and that'll unlock hard, and then you play hard and it will unlock elite. If you pay for the subscription, which is referred to as VIP, that enables you to play on elite for the first time as well. That said, a starting character with no past lives, no gear, and the player behind the character not having experience, walking in on elite is probably a bad idea in the first place, which is probably why that's still a thing. So, yeah. But no, feel free to ask questions. You can ask them in my Discord. You can join various other Discords. There is a streaming community. The 3 biggest creators in the space would be StrimTom, who has a ton of guides, Voodoo Spice, who also has a ton of guides, and to a lesser extent, Axel, who also has a ton of guides. Like, these are people who have been putting out like YouTube videos for this game for, again, the game's like 20 years old. We're talking like hundreds of videos in the backlog on whether that's beginner builds, whether that's game mechanics, whether that's this, that, and the other. It's very straightforward. Or if you want to ask about builds in my Discord, I can give you the layout for pretty much any starter build from memory. The basic builds tend to be very cookie cutter and very approachable. But yeah, if you're interested, I look forward to seeing what you think about it. Okay, so see, that one... See, there are 2 bots. One of them should be posting to YouTube, one should be posting to Twitch. If I open this up... Interesting. The bot says it posted to YouTube, but it actually didn't. Okay, but back to these. So yeah, Homeworld. Homeworld is something I read about in a gaming magazine when it came out, but I never got to play. So I might want to hit that up. Homeworld's claim to fame, it was one of the first games that it was like a real-time strategy game, but with 3D movement. So we're not talking like StarCraft and Warcraft, where you just move your unit around on a map. It's like move unit from here to here and here. So you could actually move and have things in claw formations to surround things from all sides in 3D space. Never played it, but it seems cool. Sounds hard, but we might do that. Then, of course, Metal Gear Solid, and which I also haven't played. Again, huge name in gaming history that I personally haven't played. And Tony Hawk Pro Skater 2. Now, the only way I'm going to play Tony Hawk Pro Skater 2 is if I can somehow get a version with the original soundtrack. Playing Tony Hawk Pro Skater without the original soundtrack, why bother? That was a big part of what it was the soundtrack. So, but 2000 has a ton of competition here between something that I think it's kind of cool because of the whole 3D thing, and then we've got a couple really big names as far as gaming history goes that I also have never played before. So 2000 is stacked. All right, 2001, we got Halo, original Halo. I played some of this. I don't think I beat the campaign, but yeah, I did play that. We've got Devil May Cry. I have not played Devil May Cry. I really should. It looks like a fun time. And we have Serious Sam, which is a deeply unserious game, but it also looks like a hell of a time. So that all looks good. Divine Divinity. I started playing this. I didn't get very far. Could be interesting. It's sort of a... it's an ARPG? Normal RPG? Adventure thing? It's hard for me to describe exactly because I didn't get very far. Also, Morrowind, as in Elder Scrolls Morrowind. Again, hugely impactful. I have played some Morrowind. I have not played that much Morrowind. Then, of course, we have Neverwinter Nights. Actually, do I have... I was thinking the wrong one anyway. I don't have a physical copy of Neverwinter Nights. I have one of Icewind Dale, which is another D&D based game. Guild Morrowind? Yeah, a lot of people did. A lot of people spent a lot of time in that game. The problem with Morrowind as a one-stream game is that it's hard to do a lot in Morrowind in, like, just 4 or 5 hours. But I would probably look up a path just so that I could, like, try out a bunch of stuff. Obviously, the first step is to go to that alchemist's tower, steal the high-grade alchemy set, and spend the next 20 minutes crafting intelligence potions that let me craft stronger intelligence potions that let me craft stronger intelligence potions that let me craft stronger intelligence potions that let me craft potions and do spells that will literally break the game, as is tradition in Morrowind and Elder Scrolls in general. But Neverwinter Nights, I don't know how much of it I played. I think I played some, or maybe I played Neverwinter Nights 2. And then Ico. Ico is, I forget exactly what it is, but I know it looked interesting enough for me to add it to the list. Alright, 2003, we have KOTOR. Haven't played KOTOR. And we have Prince of Persia: Sands of Time, which I need to buy. So some of the stuff, a lot of the old stuff I have already purchased, because when I was planning this out, it was in December, when like Good Old Games and all had all of their winter sales going. So I picked up a lot of these games for like $1 or $2 each. Prince of Persia I put on my wish list, and it is currently on sale for like 80% off. I just need to like buy it. Or this Prince of Persia, Sands of Time. I have not played it, but it looks good. 2004, World of Warcraft. I am unlikely to reactivate my WoW account to play it first for one stream. But I have to list it here because I spent a lot, and I mean a lot, of hours in WoW. Like a ridiculous amount of time. Like when the level cap was 80 and 85, and so this is why DDO is such a good MMO for me. There was a point in WoW, for 2 separate expansions, where I had every possible class at level cap. That's how many alts I ran. So, DDO's whole thing where like, you hit cap, you're bored with your build, well reset to level 1 and try something new, and we'll toss you a little bonus buff for doing it. So, for someone like me who like loved doing different builds and hitting different alts, DDO's great. But alright, Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines. I have beaten this game. In fact, I have beaten this game on stream. But it is a cult classic. I have a lot of nostalgia for it because it's something that me and a couple other friends all played in college. So not only have I beaten it, but like when it came out, I had people playing it. So if I do this on stream again, what I'm most likely to do is something I haven't done before, which is a Malkavian playthrough. I have not actually played Malkavian, which seems like an oversight, so that might be a good one to do on stream. And then, of course, we have Half-Life 2. Half-Life 2, again. We have Half-Life earlier. Half-Life 2, also super impactful. And then, for another option, we have... Wait, let's get the shine off of it. UT2K4. did I play this a lot? Like, a lot of people probably played a lot of PvP and like played against their friends and have a lot of memories for that. I do not. The reason I got Unreal Tournament 2K for is that the game design class I took in college used it as the baseline. So instead of having everyone like write stuff from scratch, it was modding, which is not so much the modern day modding, which uses like flowcharts and stuff, which is a different type of skill. But this was like you're in there in the code in their like scripting and programming language. So yeah, so that's why I remember UT2K4. But it's also hugely impactful for the arena shooter genre. It was a big thing. It's huge. And very different style that we don't see as much anymore, like the really fast style. Certain games have brought back the really fast style. The first one that comes to mind is like Ultra Kill, which is just a wild game to start with. But yeah, there's a lot of stuff to hit here in 2004. It probably won't be WoW, let's be honest, but I had to list it here. Like, because as far as impact on an industry and on culture of gaming as a whole, you cannot ignore World of Warcraft. It's just so much impact. Alright, D&D Dragon Shard looks somewhat interesting. I just put this here because it's just like, I was looking for stuff in 2005, and it's just like, I've got 2004 stuff, I've got 2006 stuff, and then it's like, what the hell came out in 2005? And I did a little bit more looking, and then I found Sniper Elite, which I've not played, and also Black and White 2, which I have not played. One of the main contenders and originators of the God game genre, which is Black and White. I've not played it. But yeah, 2005, I'm still looking for suggestions on, because I didn't find a lot here that really, really spoke to me, and nothing here I've played before. Right, 2006, Elder Scrolls Oblivion. Again, if we do Morrowind, we probably don't do Oblivion and vice versa. I'm unlikely to do 2 Elder Scrolls games. Dwarf Fortress came out in 2006. The reason I'm hesitant to do Dwarf Fortress on stream, Dwarf Fortress has a notorious learning curve. And I don't really want to do the entire learning curve and barely be able to do anything for the whole stream. That said, I am listing it here because it is interesting. There's also Gears of War, hugely impactful as far that spawned a decade of cover shooters where you hide behind chest-high walls. But also, swords with chainsaws on them. That they definitely are the only one to come up with this. No one had this idea before them. Do not look at Warhammer 40k having this idea decades before them. But it was much more popular than 40k. 40k has gotten a lot less niche over the last decade or so. Where are we? Oh yes, and Okami. Okami is a very artistic game that I have never played. I've heard tons of good things about me. The only real criticism about it, the only real thing I have heard about it that is negative is that it moves at a glacial pace. So I have no idea if it's good for a one-stream sort of game, but it might be worth taking a look at, because a lot of the other stuff we have in here is like big AAA sort of style. So having a break in here where we do sort of a more indie artsy sort of thing, I might want to squeeze that in, if for no other reason than to just mix it up a bit. Alright, 2007, we've got really heavy hitters here. We've got the original BioShock. We've got Portal. Alright, I have not played the original BioShock. I have played Portal. I have beaten Portal. I've beaten Portal 2 as well. Mass Effect. Never played it. Also hugely impactful. But again, as with any big RPG, it's a little rough doing them for only a single sitting, because there's only so much you can do in Mass Effect within 4 or 5 hours. Right. Dead Space. Never played it. Seems interesting. Slicing things up. Cool. Mirror's Edge. A platforming game. A first-person platforming game. Seems very interesting. Potentially motion sickness issues. Potentially janky controls. But could be a good time. Also Spelunky. Also I've not played it. Spelunky. I have played Spelunky. I have beaten Spelunky. But it is a good game, and again, I'm gonna try to balance out, like, not going like full AAA or full indie. I want to have a mix. So I probably want to have it in here as a mix. Alright. Batman Arkham Asylum, the first of these Batman Arkham whatever it is games. Haven't played it. Trine. It's a sort of a puzzle platformer game. I have beaten it. Also, League of Legends. Do I want to squeeze in a League of Legends stream? The problem is, if I play League of Legends on stream, which I've done before, it's not a problem. The problem is, I'm not convinced it would represent 2009. Because 2026 League and 2009 League are barely the same game. Red Dead takes forever? Yeah. I mean, so does Mass Effect. So does Oblivion. Like, this is what I was saying about RPGs. Also, I have misspelled this. But yes, and then we have Red Dead Redemption and Alan Wake here. I believe both of these take forever. But they are some big name, famous games, and I have not played either of them. Pre-3006 is best so far. Understood. But yeah, so as we get into this sort of time frame, what we're hitting is a lot of big name games that I have not played. Like, as you can see, like, Batman, Dead Space, Bioshock, Mass Effect, Oblivion, Alan Wake, Red Dead Redemption, all games that I have not touched. Alright. 2011, Warhammer 40k Space Marine. I forget if I played this or if I played 2. But I want to work in some sort of 40k somewhere. Just because I think it's fun. I've never played tabletop. I'm not heavily involved in the lore. I am a very casual, like, sideline sort of fan of it. I just think it's neat. And Space Chem. Space Chem is funny because I played this on stream probably like 6 years ago. Or maybe like 5 years ago. It is a puzzle game. It is a hard game to really wrap your head around. Because it's like a visual programming sort of game. It's very unusual. But I kind of like showing off very unusual things. And I've never beaten it. So, and let's be real, I would not be beating it in a single sitting. And I wouldn't be able to pick up from where my save left off because I will have forgotten all of the ways to solve the puzzles. Like, it's one of those games that builds on itself. It's a game that I remember very distinctly. Like, you beat a puzzle, you get to the next stage, you see the brief for what it's expecting you to do, and you give the game the finger and you close the game because it's like, that is completely unreasonable and dumb. How dare you? That is ridiculous and impossible. I'm walking away. Fuck you, game. And then you take a shower, and in the shower, you're thinking about it, and you come up with ideas of like, about how, well, maybe you actually can do that. Maybe it's not that impossible, and then you open the game back up. That was my experience with it. It's like, it asks you to do things that seem ridiculous and impossible, and then, but it's already giving you the tools to kind of figure out how to do it anyway. So that's my plug for Space Chem. Alright, FTL, Faster Than Light. Little like roguelike spaceship builder exploration thing. I have beaten it. I haven't played it in a long time, but it's a good thing. Dark Souls, PC port, came out in 2012. I have also beaten Dark Souls. I've only beaten Dark Souls 1. I have played a little bit of Dark Souls 3, a little bit of Elden Ring, and I have beaten Dark Souls 1. I also played a little bit of Dark Souls 2. But very, very little of everything besides Dark Souls 1, which I have beaten. Super Hexagon, little like kind of a rhythm. I think this one's a rhythm game. So, little fun indie thing. I might mix some of these into, like, give them a half stream. Like, Super Hexagon, I probably not a full, like, 4 or 5 hour stream sort of game. But maybe it is. Like, we've got a lot of, like, more indie stuff here in 2012. Between Super Hexagon, Botanicula, Journey, and Fez. Like, I think I can mix and match some of these. By the way, that game is still downloading. No, it's... I said before, like, it used to be really bad, like, leave it overnight. I meant that literally, it would be like 8 to 12 hours. When I said it's better, I didn't mean it's good. You're still probably looking at, like, an hour. It's been a while since I downloaded the full thing, so I don't actually know what the download times are these days. But yeah, it's not gonna be like a 20-minute thing. You see half the data done? Yeah. So yeah, and Journey, I've not played. Botanicula and Fez, I've also not played. These are a couple, like, well-liked, kind of artsy indie sort of games, and they all look interesting to me, so I kind of put them here because I wanted to do them. Alright, The Stanley Parable. Haven't played it. By all accounts, very good. Rogue Legacy. Rogue Legacy is the first and maybe only game I have on Steam where I have 100% of the achievements. I looked at leaderboards. There are speedrunning criteria that I could place top 10 if I decided to record it. I have played this game a lot. I was quite good at it. I am probably still quite good at it. A little bit of story on this. I got all of the achievements unlocked. 100% achievements on Steam for this game. And then, 2 years later, they patched it. And they introduced a new achievement. So I had to go back. And I had to go and get the new achievement. Now, this wasn't that hard. Because the new achievement was... so Rogue Legacy is a roguelite sort of game where, you know, you have one life, but you get meta progression. So the challenge of the new achievement was beat the game in less than it was either 10 or 12 lives, which is relatively difficult. Unfortunately for them, I'd kind of done that as kind of a challenge run just for fun already, so I knew kind of how to approach it. My record for fewest lives, I believe, is 5. Maybe 4, but I think it's 5. Which, if you've ever played Rogue Legacy, is a ridiculous number. But I've done it, because I put a lot of hours into this game. Papers, Please. Haven't played it. By all accounts, very good. Assassin's Creed, Black Flag. By all accounts, very good. If for nothing else than just the sailing around being a pirate sections. I have no idea if I would get to the sailing around being a pirate sections in one stream, though. So, don't know about that. And The Last of Us. Again, tons of awards. Very well reviewed. I've never played it. Yes, what is it, Lisa? Did you get untucked and you need to be tucked back in? There you go. But yes, okay. Then we get to 2014, Bayonetta 2. I have beaten Bayonetta 1. I have not played Bayonetta 2. Broken Age. Not played it. Transistor. I've beaten it, but it is an amazing game. I kind of want to do it, not necessarily... It's like, I kind of want to do it for 2 main reasons. 1, to experience it again, because it's a great game. And 2, to show it off to other people, because it is a great game. If you missed it, you have missed out. You should play Transistor. It's by Supergiant Games. They're the same people who did Bastion, if you're really old. Or, you know, if you want something more recent, Hades and Hades 2. It's the same company. They did Bastion. I think that was their first like major successful release. Then they did Transistor. Then they did Pyre, which is like the weird one. Like, it's still good, but it, like, the type of game it is just very unusual. But yeah, and then they did Hades, and then Hades 2. So yes, if you haven't played Transistor, play Transistor. It's an amazing game. As with all Supergiant games, sound design is just amazing. All right, Shovel Knight, haven't played it. And FNAF, someone mentioned this on stream. Horror is not really my genre, jump scare is not really my thing. I put it here for reference. Chances that I am actually going to do it are very small. Especially because there's enough other stuff in this year. And then, 2015, Undertale. Haven't done it. Have not played Undertale. But again, as a single stream game, don't know if it's worth it. And Just Cause 3. Also haven't played it. Alright, so we get to 2016. We're going to speed up on these a little bit. House of the Dying Sun. Haven't played it. Also forgot what it's about, but I put it here, which means I thought it was interesting. Dishonored 2. Haven't played it. I think it's a choice between stealth or combat. Titanfall 2. Famous for having really good, really fun movement with its shooting. Samrost 3, a bit more of an indie thing. Again, Inside and Owlboy. Smaller, more indie, more artistic things. I am likely to pick one of the big named ones and one of the more indie ones, because there's definitely no way we're doing all 6 of these. Alright. Gorogoa. Lesser known little indie thing, but it looked interesting. What Remains of Edith Finch. Haven't played either of these. Right. 2018, Battletech. Haven't played it. Return of the Obra Dinn. Haven't played it. God of War. And Celeste. Haven't played either of them. Right. Disco Elysium. Haven't played it. Control. Haven't played it. Sekiro. Haven't played it. Outer Wilds. Haven't played it. Untitled Goose Game. One of these things is not like the other. However, it is not because I've played it. It's just a very different game. I have also not played this one. Cyberpunk 2027. Yes, that date is correct. This game did come out in 2020. 6 years ago. However, it's one of those that, like, it probably didn't get good until like 4 or 5 years ago, because it's one of those that released to some complaints, and then they had to patch it to make it good. Also 2020, Hades. The original. Very good. Very nice. I have played and I have beaten Hades. Alright, 2021, Dyson Sphere program. This is kind of a sim sort of thing. Looked interesting, so we put it there. Psychonauts 2. I believe I played this. I forget if I played Psychonauts or Psychonauts 2. One of them I got pretty far in, and the other I have not played. And I don't know which one is this. Chicory, A Colorful Tale. Looked fun. Haven't played it. Unpacking. Very chill. Haven't played it. Deathloop. Probably less chill than Unpacking. Also haven't played it. 2022. Elden Ring. Again, I've played a little bit. I killed like the first major boss, and that is it. I ran into some performance issues, I believe. Stray. Haven't played it. Road Warden. Haven't played it. And Hard Space Shipbreaker. Haven't played it. 2023. Baldur's Gate 3. You know, that game that just came out 3 years ago. You've beaten Elden Ring and its DLC? Ah, well, there you go. Don't recommend if you're a regular gamer. Well, I did beat Dark Souls 1. Margit took me forever, but mostly because, and it wasn't until someone in chat reminded me of a mechanic that Elden Ring really doesn't like you doing light hits. It really wants you to do heavy hits in order to stagger things. And I had missed that mechanic, that was prioritized. So when after beating my head against Margit for like 2 hours and then leaving and coming back and getting that bit of advice that, you know, staggering is, like, they actually asked if I knew about the stagger mechanic. That's one way to play. Look, it's early on. I don't have a lot of arts or bleed things or anything. It's like, here's your starting weapon that is like plus nothing, fight Margit. But I found it very easily once I was reminded of the stagger mechanic, that I found it worked much better to use heavier attacks. Alright, we have Returnal and Cocoon. I mean, I played that after I had started multi-streaming, so the VOD's up. Let me see if I can find it. Content. Live. Filter. Title. Elden Ring. Description. Wait, what is this one? Oh, that's that one. Never mind. This was before that. Back. Ah, here it is. There's the Elden Ring VOD. Have fun. That's the reason we have classes, to show you how to play different ways. Well, to be honest, you knew that. Yeah. So, yeah. Stray, Road Warden, Hearthstone, blah, 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 blah. Returnal and Cocoon are little smaller types, but they look interesting. 2024, Balatro, and Metaphor Re Fantasio. I have played Balatro, I have not played Metaphor Re Fantasio. 2025, Blueprints, and Expedition 33. Some very well-reviewed games from 2025. I have not played either. And then of course we have this note about a series that I might plug in randomly if I need a slot. Like there's the Ultima series, I can pull something from Toho Project, Might and Magic, Heroes of Might and Magic, all that. All the old games in Ready For? Yeah. But yes. But yeah, so I think I'm going to go through here, and I'm probably going to make it easy on myself and only go through and like tag ones that I have actually played before, because most of them I haven't. I'll probably have a tag for like played and a tag for like beaten. And yeah, and we'll do that. But yes, that takes us to the end of tonight's stream. We got through some of this, some A-10 tank destroyer. We were not very good at it. It was a rough time. But yes, if anyone wants to give suggestions for other things we can slot in, I am open to them. Again, no guarantees that I'll do it. But if there's interest, and if I'm also interested, then there's a good chance that I will. That dude is looking serious? Well, yeah, he is military. And he was impressed by my performance. So yes. Once again, thank you everyone for being here, for stopping by, for chatting, for lurking, for doing anything. I will see what I can figure out about why the Discord invite link just isn't working and I had to like friend and invite you directly. Like, that's very odd. But yeah, I'll probably bother someone elsewhere and be like, hey, I was told this link doesn't work. Can you test it too? But yeah, we'll try to test that. I will see about sticking all of the streams onto a playlist. And yeah, who knows? Maybe different playlist. That said, it is late. Thank you everyone for being here. I appreciate the time you have spent. For anyone else who is hanging out, lurking, you can join the Discord. You can follow, like, subscribe, all that stuff. You know where the buttons are. You know what they do. You've been on the internet before. I believe in you. And if you don't want to click the buttons, don't. You don't need to. I appreciate you being here either way. So, once again, thank you.